All set? Okay. All right, North Smithfield Town Council meeting February 18, 2025. Madam Clerk, can you start us with prayer and pledge, please?
Us together today in a spirit of generosity. May we honor one another by keeping an open mind. May we voice our truth and listen with an open heart. May we discern your will to unite in a fruitful outcome. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Beauregard? Mr. Cristofaro?
Here.
Here. Mr. Punchak?
Here.
Ms. Alves?
Here. Open forum pursuant to 42-46-6D, maximum 3 minutes per person. Is there anyone who signed up for open forum tonight? This is besides the public hearing. Anyone before we move on? Okay. First item is North Smithfield Town Council sitting as Board of Licensing, secondhand license DBA, She Shed Furnishings, 1105 Iron Mine Hill Road, Anne Marie Champagne. Did you want to come right up to the podium, please?
Hi there.
Hi.
How are you?
Good, thank you. Could you state your name and address?
Anne Marie Champagne, 27 Maple Avenue, Forestdale, Rhode Island.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, is everything in order?
Yes.
Anyone have any questions? Do you want to just give us a brief summary of what your She Shed is?
Sure. Just a little shop with used furniture and home decor, lighting, home furnishings that we mostly refurnish and refurbish ourselves. And so we're only going to be open seasonal during the spring and fall mostly. And it's just a barn that we are, selling some great goods from, and it's mostly a home business, so.
Okay. And so you're going to be open from February 1st till June 30th, and then again from September 1st till December 30th?
Correct.
And Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 10 to 4?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Anyone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the business license for She Shed Furnishings at 1105 Iron Mine Hill Road.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Beauregard?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Mr. Cristofaro?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara? Yes. Mr. Punchak?
Yes.
Ms. Alves?
Yes. You're all set. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thanks.
All right, let's move everything up. All right, we'll move everything else up for now. New business, A, discussion by council vote or other action on petition/application for an amendment to the zoning ordinance pursuant to Rhode Island general laws, subsection 45-24-50 and 45-24-51, 45-24-53 as follows. 1, petition/application for amendment to zoning ordinance filed by Pound Hill Realty LLC, 618 Greenville Road, North Smithfield, Rhode Island, 02896, the owner of the parcel of land situated off Old Oxford Road, Pound Hill Road, and Pine Hill Road in the town of North Smithfield, more particularly described as Town of North Smithfield Tax Assessor's Plat 7, Lot 38, consisting of 89.44 acres. And also text amendment and a zoning map amendment to the zoning ordinance of the town of North Smithfield. The zoning ordinance, the proposed zoning amendment will create a new zoning district, Industrial Special Management District 1 overlay. The intent of the district is to allow mining, quarrying, sand and gravel extraction, loom stripping, stone cutting operations, crushing, washing, and/or processing of materials. The zoning map amendment proposes to amend the zoning designation of the parcel of land located at 14 Pine Hill Road in the town of North Smithfield, more specifically described as Assessor's Plat 7, Lot 38, the property, from rural agricultural and rural estate agriculture, REA, to Industrial Special Management District 1 overlay. Would someone like to make, oh,
Madam President?
yes.
I have been advised by the Rhode Island Ethics Commission that as an abutter to the Pound Hill Road Quarry, that I should recuse myself from discussion, deliberation, and decision. So I'm going to go ahead and recuse myself.
As a council member?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, as a council member. Thank you.
Anyone like to make a motion to open the public hearing?
I'll make a motion to open the public hearing.
We can still open it first. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara. Mr. Punchak.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Before we start taking anyone, is there any more presentation from the company or the lawyers that had already given us any information? Did you want to reiterate that before we open it back up?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council. I know you're aware of most of what I'm about to present, but as Mr. Igliozzi mentioned last time, this is the real public hearing, the record public hearing, and there are a great deal more people here tonight than there were last Monday night that we'd like to have the opportunity to summarize for the basic tenets of this amendment. My client is Pound Hill Realty, the owner of this 89-acre site that we've put up here on the screen. What's before the council is a motion for a petition for a text amendment to the zoning ordinance that would rezone this property to a special management district. The reason that we're here, the property has been in litigation, consistent litigation with the town since 1991 in an effort to clarify the nature of its non-conforming use. And it's resulted in no real progress toward that end. The court has directed the parties to go back to the town to pursue administrative remedies, either by use of by a variance or by a text amendment. We're proceeding with the text amendment procedure here. This property is a very unusual property, so much so that its status under the zoning ordinance and earth removal ordinance and soil and sedimentation review control ordinance are all either non-existent or completely unclear. And that's because this operation, this property, has been the subject of mining activities for about 75 years. It's a pre-existing, non-conforming, lawful use. And because it's a mining use, it's subject to certain legal principles about non-conforming uses that apply differently to a mining use than they apply to other types of non-conforming uses. I think all of us are familiar with the more traditional type of non-conforming use. Take a gas station in a residential zone that was that was operating in that zone before zoning made gas stations a prohibited use. It may have 2 bays for repairs. That gas station, like most non-conforming uses, couldn't add another 2 bays to the gas station because even though the non-conforming use is allowed, it's not allowed to expand. The rule on the expansion of non-conforming uses applies differently to mining and extraction businesses than it does to other non-conforming use in all 50 states, including Rhode Island. And the rule is that because the act of mining is itself a constant expansion, it would be unconstitutional to prohibit further expansion of a use that was begun prior to zoning. Every blast and bucket that picks up a quantity of rock or gravel is an expansion beyond what had existed on the site the day before. So by its definition, if you did not permit expansion of a non-conforming use, you'd be ordering the owner to stop the business and not continue the basic activity of the business, and it's the activity of the business that's grandfathered. So that's a very unique rule that applies to not many properties. It applies to this one. And for that reason, the way this property is zoned for residential estates is not particularly helpful and hasn't been helpful in decades for understanding and dealing with the zoning because of the existence of a non-conforming use and one that has the right to expand, and also a situation where the only use that is allowed under the current zoning ordinance is not one that would be appropriate for this property, where it is on this property, given the condition of the property, its proximity to Superfund sites and other very intense uses, and the comprehensive plan admonition that utilities and other services to support residential development should not be extended into these properties that are in this critical area. So that's a really important foundational point. The other point is that the zoning ordinance requires this property to be dealt with as one 89-acre piece of property. There's a merger provision in the zoning ordinance that says without the planning board being involved, without a subdivision taking place, the town zoning regards any property that adjoins other property without sufficient frontage to constitute a lot on their own must be joined. And some of you may have seen this happen with your own properties or other properties near you. So for zoning purposes, it's one 89-acre tract that has one plat number, plat 7, lot 35, one lot number, not multiple lots, one lot for zoning purposes, and a considerable portion of that lot that has not yet been subjected to zoning. The other unique thing about this property that brings us here at the direction of the court for some type of local administrative process is that this property, because it's so unique in its zoning and is not really effectively regulated by zoning, is under the jurisdiction of multiple other jurisdictions. The EPA regulates this property. The Rhode Island Department of Environmental Management regulates this property. The Bureau of Mining Safety regulates this property. OSHA regulates this property. Given its proximity to the landfills and the Superfund sites, it's probably one of the most heavily regulated pieces of property in the entire state. So there is, and that some of that regulatory structure is going to be shared with you tonight by a couple of individuals that are very familiar with it. So the good news is that it's been heavily investigated, heavily regulated, and heavily monitored, and has a very, very satisfactory record in every respect with respect to all of those issues: water quality, air quality, fugitive dust, safety, all of the environmental impact issues. That's the good part, and you'll hear more about that tonight. The bad part is that for 70 years, the activity has been pretty much removed from the view of the local regulatory bodies, the council, the planning board, the zoning department. They've had very little contact. And so over the years, if somebody makes a complaint to the town, we do understand that it's difficult for the town to respond to it because they don't have all the mine safety reports, they don't all have the EPA reports, they don't have the Superfund site periodic multi-annual reports about impacts there and changes. They don't have our OSHA safety records, they don't have the DEM records, they don't have the EPA records, they don't know how we've responded to questions from EPA, which happens very recently. It's happened within the past several months. And so there's this disconnect from zoning, and there's this disconnect from being able to respond to citizens regarding this property. The overarching goal of this text amendment is to try to make both of those things much better, to bring the property under the control of the zoning ordinance by providing a special district for the property and a planned district that the town and the applicant work together in structuring so that it's got its own zoning ordinance that provides a well-balanced menu of controls on the property that don't exist now. That is why we thought this to be the superior administrative remedy than a request for a use variance, for example. If you get it, you get it. If you don't, you don't. There's no guarantee of any types of controls or monitoring or the types of things that go along with this amendment. So having said that, the basic structure of the amendment, it's only a few pages, but what it does is, number one, recite why this is such a unique property and why a special planning district is appropriate. And the special planning district is something that's almost becoming routine for complicated properties that don't fit into the zoning ordinance very well. Shopping centers, multi-use facilities, a lot of properties are being allowed from a zoning perspective through special planning districts associated with those properties, and that's the case here as well. So
Can just interrupt 1 minute?
Yes,
So
please.
we're over capacity by 3 people. Is there anyone here that might be here as a couple and just someone can speak on your behalf, or just because we're over by 3? They are in the hallway. Can they go like further in?
They can go into the hallway, yes.
You want to let them know that they can go in?
Excuse me? Because there's already one gentleman in the hallway, but we're not counting him.
Well, there's a couple in there.
Okay, they're okay as long as they're not in the room.
Okay. How many can go in the hallway?
There's no capacity limit in there.
Nothing? Okay,
As long as we get 3 guys out of this room, we're fine.
okay.
And if the fire marshal says anything about it, I'll say that's what the town council. What's the building size?
82. The building.
I don't know what the building size is. I'm always concerned about the room, that's why I think people leave to go in that hallway.
People come in, they go upstairs, we might surpass the building capacity.
Oh, we're nowhere near the building.
No, you sure of that?
All right, I'm sorry, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. So the structure of the ordinance, it's only a few pages, but it first recites these unique characteristics of the property, the zoning status, the non-conforming use, the one lot condition, the 30 years of litigation without any moving of the needle with respect to what happens on the property, the lack of transparency from every perspective that is of great concern to the town, and certain comprehensive plan aspirations that are also relevant to this application, including the aspiration to try to identify and preserve additional commercial and industrial areas in town, particularly businesses that provide jobs to the community and economic development for the community. And then it proposes to rezone the district to Industrial Special Management District 1. And it includes a number of controls. It allows the operations that are happening there now. It doesn't propose new operations. It proposes for the operation to continue the way it is right now, moving forward, but subject to a number of conditions. And the ones that we identified in the text amendment, which is not a final list, and we invited the council last week, and we invite the council tonight, and we invited the planning board last Thursday, and we'll be inviting them again at their next session that they've set up for this purpose, to perhaps develop other conditions or nuances to these conditions that could be mutually acceptable. It's not a one-size-fits-all. We're not trying to shove this down anybody's throat. This is going to be a two-way street. There are limits to how much we can do in view of the fact that certain things are required for the operation to continue the way it is. But we have an open mind and do intend to continue to work in good faith toward that end. So these are the conditions that were built. There are only a few of them that were built into the zoning amendment that could be added to. The first is that we would have to go to the planning board for a site plan approval, also sometimes called development plan approval. We would have to show them and be approved with a plan for how this operation will proceed going forward. And we included in our proposal some suggestions, some parameters right in the ordinance itself that would be required. We've got a buffer between this operation and the few residential properties to the south that abut it. Most of the site is surrounded by either Superfund sites, the Weston Sand and Gravel here, the Rhode Island Resource and Recovery Wilson site above, the Holliston Sand and Gravel operations to the north, a very intense North Smithfield auto salvage operation is to the southeast there. Most of the property is surrounded by vegetation and/or a heavy industrial use or a highly regulated Superfund use. But there are a couple of residences in this area, the nearest one of which I believe is approximately 600 feet away from the active area of the...
Excuse me, sir. When you walk away, can you just use the microphone so everyone can hear you online?
I think I can stay here.
There should be a portable right at the...
That's okay. I'll stay here. Thanks. Thank you. So we've proposed on the plan a 50-foot buffer. There's a design on the plan of this buffer. It would include trees, significant trees, and a 10-foot built-up berm which would also have trees on top of it. It's not the only way to build a buffer. It's a very effective design that we believe is consistent with other operations like this. But again, that's an issue for discussion about how the buffer would be vegetated and positioned. We also have perimeter fencing proposed for the entire buffered area, and have also proposed that in areas of new quarrying that we have a design for benching and stepping as practical in a logical way that, again, is transparent, and that is that's the best industry standards on how you quarry and move down in a quarry from one elevation to another in a more appropriate, in the most appropriate way. We're also proposing, and if we don't get that site plan approval from the planning board, there is no new ordinance use that's been allowed. So that would be a public process, and that's one that all of us could again participate in, and that would happen after the actual ordinance is put in place that requires that site plan approval. Same thing as other zoning. The council determines what can be done on a property. The planning board, in the case of non-conforming uses, that may already be established, but the planning board is the body that decides how the plan looks to actually carry out that, that permitted use. We're also proposing that we make sure that the town knows everything the federal and state government authorities know about this site at or close to the time the federal and state authorities know about it. We would provide at least once immediately upon the ordinance, and we've made a representation of the council that we provide these things even before this council acts on the text amendment. But a list of all of our federal and state permits, a listing of any reports, test results, inspections, violations, pending matters, pending issues, up to date, and that would have to be repeated every December 31st. Right now, that list doesn't exist for anybody. The individual federal and state agencies have their own investigative and reporting and monitoring activities that they police, but nobody has put in one place how all of that works and committed by ordinance to supplement and update that every year. That will ideally put the town in a position to answer questions and provide for early identification if something is not going the way that it was intended to go upon the enactment of this ordinance. So that's the transparency piece. We would continue to abide by our heavy road permits. The town has a heavy trucks permit on certain roads, an exceptions ordinance that we have complied with and have a permit under. It controls our hours of operation, and it has certain requirements for us to operate in a safe way with our trucks on the public roads and to be respectful of school bus traffic and so forth. So we would continue to be subject to that. We also would, even though we're not subject to the noise ordinance based on our non-conforming use and based on a specific exemption in the noise ordinance, we would agree not to operate except between certain hours. And in our road use permit right now that the town approved just last year, and that's up for renewal, we proposed in the ordinance that it be 7 to 6 Monday through Friday. But we know that that should be earlier. Our road permit is 7 to 5, and then on Saturdays from 7 to 3. In our first draft of the ordinance, it was 4:30, but that's a point that's in flux. We had a discussion about it at the planning board last Thursday. So that's the structure of the ordinance. The rubber really meets the road here in the conditions, the hand-to-hand discussion about how this is going to work moving forward. We presented this board last week and the planning board with this dilemma that right now this property is a black hole in terms of the town of North Smithfield, its regulation and its oversight. And it's been going on for 75 years, notwithstanding 30 years of litigation. So there's no reason to expect it's going to change at any time in the coming decades. So our choice is between the black hole, where both the town and the business owner are operating effectively outside of local zoning regulation, and wherever that black hole may lead to this alternative which is to plan the site. There's an absence of planning on the site that involves the town. And our alternative choice that we think is superior is to have a planned approach that may not be the best thing for either party, but that makes more sense to plan versus not to plan. The planning board has to make an advisory recommendation to the council on every zoning amendment. We came here on Monday night for a work session. We went to the planning board Thursday night, and I'm not going to speak for the planning board, but the full meeting is viewable online. But the direction that the planning board indicated that they preferred was one that involved planning, something that they are very good at. They are the architects of the comprehensive plan, and they understand these issues. Not that the council doesn't, but that is the planning department, and they are charged with making recommendations. So their clear preference was for a planned solution. And they were very candid and creative in identifying not necessarily new language for the ordinance, but issues that they would like to see addressed as they work at this some more. The next planning board meeting is going to be on March 13th, their next regular meeting, but they sent us away with issues that they would like us to come back and address without expecting our feedback on our feet last Thursday night with respect to these issues, and without articulating specific proposals that they were making, rather issues that they felt needed to be addressed. And I'll identify a few of those, most of those for you, the main points. One was the buffer size, how the buffer would be constructed. There was some confusion as to how wide the buffer was in the 50 feet and where the higher points were and where the higher berm was in relation to the plantings, and some requests to make that clearer in our plans on what we're proposing for a buffer and exactly where the buffer is going to be located. There was also a request for additional information on blasting and if we would consider increasing the notice area for people who would get notice of when blasting events would occur on the property. They asked us to address more specifically the issue of fugitive dust, the dust that some people have indicated emanates from the site, and what types of protocols we have, what types of checks and balances that we have, what type of testing that we're doing at this time to control that issue, and what the practicality is of other ways of dealing with the issue of fugitive dust. The one issue they also asked us to address, and it was very important to them, was the issue of whether this would set a precedent for other properties. They, I believe, recognized how unique this property is, but they don't want to see this process result into a line at the front door at the town hall for other people who want to do quarrying and sand and gravel operations where they're not allowed by law. And there are a lot of ways that we can do that. We can recite it within the ordinance that this is a one-off thing that's only applicable to this project, and all the things we're talking about on all of these impacts are only going to be presented with respect to this project. The experts that'll help us understand those issues have only focused on this particular project and property. But we assured them that we would work with the solicitor to make certain that if they want to make sure this is not something that can be replicated without somebody starting, all over again and doing their own amendment, that we can do that, and the lawyers in us believe that can be done. That's not a particularly difficult thing to do if that's something that's very important. Another thing they asked us about was a reclamation plan. What happens at the end of this operation? Is it left the way it is? Is it converted into something that's useful to the community? Is it left in the state of a mess? And the discussion was correctly that this is sometimes something that's done on solar projects now that have a limited operational life. No one wants to see all the solar panels stay there after the operation is done. It's a little more complicated when you're talking about the alteration of land, but that is something that the planning board is looking for us to address, and we'll be doing that. When it comes to transparency and giving the town notice of regulatory actions, including violations, one member of the planning board felt that if we got a notice of violation, the town shouldn't have to wait till December to find out about that within a very short time of that violation being issued to us, we should make the town aware of it if we have one, so that in a much shorter time, very shortly after we receive notice. The planning board wanted us to limit operational hours on Saturday. We've talked about that, going to 3 o'clock instead of 5 o'clock. There was some interest by the planning board in whether it's going to cost the town significant dollars to receive these reports from us every year and to look at them and to review them. And I'm not sure if that was directed to us as much as it was to the town itself to try to consider that issue and who would be looking at these reports and monitoring them. So those were the major points that they'll be making recommendations to you on when they next meet. The next meeting's the 13th of March. It's not certain that they'll come to a definitive set that will be finalized at that meeting. But the discussion was that we would go rock to rock on that in good faith with the assistance of our experts and try to get that resolved as expeditiously as possible. It may mean there's another work session with them in addition to the March 13th meeting. A lot of it'll depend on how much is on their agenda that night, whether they in fact get to a recommendation. There's a lot here for them to consider. They had the same reaction that you did last Monday, that there's a lot of pieces of this that all require careful consideration. So what we thought we would do tonight, or ask you to do, or suggest that you do, is to provide for us an opportunity to explain to you the real facts concerning environmental impacts and how we're regulated and how we've performed under that very heavy regulation. Because the way that you approach the conditions will probably have a lot to do with how serious the environmental risks are. And no criticism intended to any particular individual, but we've seen mailings that have gone to people in the neighborhood about the aquifer being breached, and here's a picture of the aquifer being breached, and it's a berm that has water in it. But that person has no way to know that berm was created decades ago, and it's a feature that's very important to the EPA and the DEM in particular. It's a bermed structure that is located in this area with a number of detention ponds that take the drainage and effectively create a barrier between this property and the Weston and Sampson Superfund site that keeps the water, the hydrology moving.
Excuse me, could you use the microphone,
I'm sorry,
please?
keeps
There's
the-
there's a one right there you can take with you. On the show.
Oh, sure, okay, thanks. Okay, good. The, oh, good, thanks, Mark. Does that work well? It's my camera. Should work. Keep it there. Okay, this area here, this is the,
Can you use the microphone, please?
this is the Weston Sand and Gravel site here. This is this bermed area with detention ponds that was deliberately created and with the regulators' emphatic affirmation and cooperation existing to create a significant barrier to any type of contamination going this way here. And Mr. Bob Ferrari, who's a hydrologist, will explain the history of that and why it's there. So this is a great feature for environmental protection that's been described as a breach of the aquifer. So there are comments like that that can be distracting. And we thought that if we brought in Mr. Ferrari, who is a very well-renowned hydrologist, his company represents an innumerable number, he'll describe them, of municipalities, state agencies, water authorities, all over the state and region, and helping them plan water resource issues, hydrology impacts, how water moves, how you protect wells, how you protect sites that are contaminated, how you test them, and what the best practices are. So Bob Ferrari is going to address the issue of aquifer impacts, because that's the first thing that most people who have so far commented on this project have raised. Is this property hurting our aquifer? And if this use continues, is our aquifer at risk? And then Richard Grohl is also here tonight. He's an industrial seismologist. There is also a lot of discussion about blasting. Is the blasting that goes on this site a threat to contamination of the area? Will it have an adverse impact on the toxic composition of the landfill next door, on wells in the area, and on the few residences that exist in this area and just below the site there? He's been involved in monitoring blasting activity on this site in conjunction with the regulatory authorities that very specifically regulate that activity, I believe back to 2003. And as recently as 2023, conducted an extensive testing process and examination process to understand the seismic impact of the blasting that takes place on this property in relation to those important considerations that I've mentioned. And so we have these two gentlemen here tonight. We have a third gentleman who's been intimately acquainted with the issue of dust and potential contamination, an individual named Michael Hammond, who had another hearing in Maine tonight. He was unable to come here tonight, but he'll be at the planning board in February, and on our next visit here, Mr. Hammond will be here. He has been involved. He was a former official of the Bureau of Mine Safety that looks into the health issues associated with silica and with dust and fugitive dust. He's going to describe the best practices that are followed and have been followed at this operation for years. The employees all wear special monitors that monitor the issue of silica and any type of airborne contaminant. The water has been tested in the area. Mr. Ferrari will get into that as well. So, and all of these things have to be reported on to the federal government, and he'll describe what those reports have been and how consistent the property has scored very, very high grades for any type of absence of either air or water contamination. And on the people who are on the site every day, right in the middle of the operation, day in and day out. So I'm just going to make a suggestion, Madam President, that in order for Mr. Ferrari and Mr. Grohl to be able to be thorough in their presentations, it may make sense for people in the public to register their concerns so that when these two gentlemen speak, they'll be able to more specifically address those concerns. We're happy to do it either way that you prefer, but when they leave tonight, you know, it may be a while before they come back, and some people here might want to put out a specific question they'd like to hear one of them answer. Mr. Ferrari, who'll go first on water impacts, and Mr. Grohl, who'll go second on the whole blasting impacts issue.
So you want everyone to get up and ask questions?
Well, I know the public wants to speak tonight and wants to ask, identify issues that we have two people here that
Okay.
are in a great position to try to help us with.
Okay. So, open up to the floor for any questions. Anyone want to show or raise of hands? How many people want to get up and speak tonight?
Are questions separate from public hearing comment?
No, it's all the same, yeah. So how many, you think?
So if we want to speak, we have to do it now, we can't do it later?
We can go through a round now, and then if we have time, we can go through again, but if we don't have time today, we can do another meeting. Once we post it, we can have another meeting. We don't have to stop it tonight. But everyone may not be here tonight, after tonight. Okay. Yeah, or if we do need you to come back, you could all come back if we have to extend this meeting. All right, so do you want to do a presentation first, or do you want them to ask questions first?
I think I would prefer for the comments to be made on these issues, so that if they have specific questions, these gentlemen are able to speak to what they're concerned about.
When you say the comments, you mean the comments from the
From the
audience?
public,
Okay,
yeah.
all right. All right, so if we can do, keep it to 5 minutes and then just do a round, and then once everyone has spoken, we can go back and do another one, just so we don't have someone up there for a long period of time, because we have quite a few people. So whoever would like to get up first?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yes, correct.
I have a question, though. Wouldn't it make sense to hear the presentations, then ask the questions following the information? Because the information's going to inform the questions.
However they wanted.
No, I think we control the ship here. Let's have them,
All right, so why don't you give your,
let them come up.
do your presentation, and then we can do the questions. Because then it's going to be, people are going to be wanting to ask different questions of different individuals.
Okay, that's fine. So I'll introduce Mr. Ferrari first. I'm going to ask that he provide you his background, his familiarity with the site, and then to address the risks that we've described with respect to water, wells, the Superfund sites, and adjoining wells.
Good evening, and thank you for your time. My name is Robert F. Ferrari. I'm a professional engineer in the state of Rhode Island and several other states. I have 48 years of professional experience. I have an engineering degree from WPI in Worcester, and also have a degree in physical geography from Clark University. My firm is Northeast Water Solutions. Some of you may be familiar with it. Among other things, our Operating Services Division are the certified public water system operators for the water supply and drinking water systems serving the high school, middle school, and serving Smithfield Elementary School, among other things. We operate about 100 public water systems in Rhode Island and nearby Connecticut and Massachusetts. Also, we do a lot of work in the area of water supply. We've developed, over the last 20, 25 years, we've actually done more projects and developed more water supplies than all other engineering firms put together in the state of Rhode Island. We're currently working in substantially in northern Rhode Island, in Gloucester and Burrillville in particular, to develop new water supplies. And we're very familiar with this area and the existing water supply systems, both in North Smithfield and neighboring Burrillville. Most recently, we've developed a number of new wells in northern Rhode Island, not the least of which is a new irrigation well for Bryant University, just to the south. We're working with Pasco, well, now it's called Clear River Utility District, to develop new water sources for them. We're working with the town of Burrillville to develop water supplies to serve the Nasonville area of eastern Burrillville. Relative to this, this site and this project, I've been involved here for about 5 years, doing a variety of evaluations and investigations. And the first thing I want to review with you, and I'll try to be as concise as possible, is that this site, as Mr. Landry mentioned, quarrying operations here go back to at least the mid-1950s. The site, and actually that predates, by the way, the Western Sand and Gravel Superfund site. In that early period, the Western Sand and Gravel site was, in fact, also a quarry operation, later converted to a landfill operation that morphed into a Superfund site. As you can see from this map, this is the Superfund site here. This is Western Sand and Gravel. Okay, this is Route 7, by the way, just for kind of orientation. This is the quarry site as it exists now. Holliston Sand and Gravel is up in this area up here. All right, this is the town line. And approximately in the early 1960s, as the quarrying operations were starting to expand on this site, a perimeter berm was constructed here. Okay, and the reason is because the surrounding areas here are all uplands. Okay, they're bedrock cored upland areas with actually up here a relatively thin veneer of soils overlying bedrock. And you can see that in this area here when you look at the bedrock face. But down here, most of the drainage goes west. It comes in this direction. And this berm was created to prevent drainage from going off the site. Now, a little superficial geology. This area up here, the site here, the former Western Sand and Gravel site when it was a quarry, all up here, south, actually on both sides, but principally on the south side is Slatersville Reservoir. Very deep sand and gravel deposits. In some cases, they're as much as 150 feet thick. They're what they call glacial fluvial deposits. They were deposited during the last period of glaciation, which ended about 12,000 years ago. The hydrology of this area has been pretty much unchanged for 12,000 years. And the drainage in this area goes from the upland area in the center of the site, it drains to the west, okay? So this berm was put in place from the upland area here down this lowland area and actually turned around, you know, kind of turned to the east a little bit to contain runoff from the site. And the runoff was captured and drains into the ground. Why is it draining to the ground? Because most of the deposits here are sand and gravel, and they're very porous. As the quarry operations increased, they were producing more, they were capturing more water. In 2018, the first infiltration pond was constructed up here, later followed over the next few years by 2 more infiltration ponds. Last year, a 4th one was built, actually up gradient from the first one. This is the part of the upland area here. So it was built into the side of the hill, and these are built more in the lowland area. There's two of them down here. The purpose of those ponds is water captured in the lower area of the rock quarry, which is principally down here, this is the lowest area of the quarry over here, is periodically pumped to these ponds here. When it gets into those ponds, it goes into the ground. It drains through the bottom of the pond, it's filtered through the base of the pond into the groundwater. Once it's in the groundwater, it's draining to the west and north, northwest, and west, and I'll come back to that. There's been some commentary that additional ponds were constructed, and it's true, but they're actually part of the process operations here, and I'll come back to that. So there's a perimeter berm, and that berm was extended around, and these ponds are built on the inboard side of the berm. In 2022, the site and the ownership, we went to DEM and got what they call a zero discharge certification, because we were in a position with the multi-sector general permit for stormwater, we either had to have a zero discharge facility or we had to get what they call a RIPD's permit to regulate a discharge. Part of the problem is that the thought process was that there was a discharge to Tarkillen Brook. Tarkillen Brook courses up through here. It goes underneath the access road to the Holliston Sand and Gravel site. This is called the Yellow Bridge, as a matter of fact, because it's yellow in color. Tarkillen Brook continues north, comes up into here, and ultimately discharges out into Upper Slatersville Reservoir. The problem is we can't discharge to Tarkillen Brook. Why? Because we don't have any direct hydraulic connectivity to the brook. This access road is effectively a dam. Okay? This goes up the hill. The top of the hill, we're near elevation 300 up here. Down here, we're around elevation 264. All right? The landfill. The top of the landfill cap is about elevation 280 feet or 281 feet. The toe of the cap along here is about 269-foot elevation. Okay? Over here, it's a little lower. It's about 264. This creates a dam, and any water that would drain in through here gets trapped in a low area down in here. Creates a pond. So the infiltration ponds and this containment area here, water goes in there, and it drains into the ground, infiltrates into the ground. It's effectively a sand filtration system, and it ultimately gets in, it maintains the historic, at least 12,000-year-old hydraulic gradient here. Why is that important? It's important because the remediation plan for Western Sand and Gravel, okay, is designed for natural attenuation of the pollutants that are in there. And they have 4 specific contaminants they monitor, and they have a number of monitoring wells that they take periodic measurements in to see if the hydraulic gradient is being maintained. The plan is dependent upon natural attenuation with the hydraulic gradient for that water, the groundwater, the contaminated groundwater, the plume, to basically migrate effectively parallel to the Tarkillen Brook up to Slatersville Reservoir. The last thing anyone wants, whether it's the Western Sand and Gravel Responsible Party, DEM, US EPA, or the ownership of the Pound Hill Quarry, the last thing they want is that contaminant plume to go anywhere other than where it's supposed to. The water that is being discharged into the ground along here is maintaining a blocking flow of water that prevents the plume from migrating to the east, which means it forces the plume to maintain its attenuation going north towards Slatersville Reservoir. How do we know this? We know this because every 5 years, the US EPA, through their contractor, and there's been different contractors over the last 30, 35 years, issues a 5-year report where they present all of their monitoring data, the groundwater monitoring of the elevations of the groundwater, the monitoring of the water quality, the contaminant plume, et cetera, to determine, is the plan going the way it's supposed to. Every single one of those plans, including the most recent one, which was issued last year, confirms that The monitoring plan not only is working, but the results are that they are on or ahead of expectations for the dissipation of the contaminant plume. Just for what it's worth, there's no blocking water over here because this is a lowland area, and there's actually been some migration to the northwest, okay? But it cannot move towards the quarry because the hydraulic gradient is maintained so that it forces the water, the hydraulic gradient, to the west and to the north, okay? And that's due to those ponds and this berm, which contains any excess water. Now, there was an aerial photograph taken, and it was distributed to the town, or at least some folks in town, that showed ponding of water in this area and said, oh, the quarry has breached the aquifer. It's not true. By our agreement with DEM, and this has been the case since the early 1960s, excess water, which is principally precipitation, is captured in here. It doesn't flow off the site. If anybody's wondering, between December of 2023 and May of 2024, we had in this area about a little over 44 inches of rain. That was in 6 months. That's a year's worth of rain on some years, just so you know. We had a massive amount of rain. We had a lot of ponding going on in here, okay? The vast majority of the water that's captured in here is captured precipitation. It's either direct runoff to this area or it's captured in the lower area of the quarry and pumped over here to the infiltration ponds. The infiltration ponds, the top of the berm is elevation 270, okay? As I said, the toe of the landfill cap is 269, the top of it's 280. The overflow elevation on those infiltration ponds is elevation 269.2. And the overflow is an emergency. These berms have an emergency overflow. If the water level ever came up that high, it overflows not outside the berm. It would overflow into the quarry. And that's purposely done, okay? Because we don't want water to escape. Now, we had massive rain events this past year. There were a couple of incidences where we had some degradation from the top of the berm on 1 or 2 of the ponds. We don't know exactly how much water was discharged, but we believe it wasn't much because the erosion was from the top down. They were repaired very quickly. They were inspected by DEM. As an outcome of that, the owners, on their own volition, doubled the thickness of the berm from about 10 feet width at the top of the berm to 18 to 20 feet. That was inspected by DEM. Just so everybody's aware, we have another improvements design that was recently approved by DEM to further beef up the berm down here and to put weirs in all of the ponds with an overflow elevation of 269 on them, okay? It is physically impossible for water from the site to overflow onto the landfill site. It is physically impossible.
Why did you have to improve that?
I'm sorry, was it,
Go ahead.
the reason the improvements were made was to assure that after the experience from a year ago, it was to assure that we would never have a problem again. It gives us as close to a fail-proof system as possible. So we now have berms that are close to 20 feet thick at the top, and they have inclined sides, so they're a lot thicker at the bottom. The bottom of these ponds, the lowest elevation in these ponds is elevation 256. By the way, the groundwater elevation over here is typically between 252 feet and about 256 feet. Okay, so we are actually at or above the groundwater elevation, and we do that purposely to maintain a positive hydrologic gradient going out. And that's the way it operates. Now, let's discuss water quality for a minute. We've done sampling of water. We've taken water from the quarry bottom over here. This is the lowest point in the quarry. We've taken samples out of those ponds. We did 2 rounds of sampling last year. The water is drinking water quality. We analyzed for a full suite of inorganics. We've analyzed for volatile organics, which would also include, by the way, the contaminants that were identified in on the Superfund site. All of volatile organics are non-detectable, and the water is, as I said, drinking water quality. We'll be doing another round of sampling this year. There's no reason for the water to become contaminated. There's almost no chemical use on site other than, say, lubricants for machinery. There is some fueling, but there's no large-scale fuel storage on the site. And one other thing to keep in mind here, okay? It is in the best interests of the quarry to not have any contamination of the materials on that quarry site. And why is that? If the quarry materials become contaminated, they're worthless, totally worthless. Can't sell them. So the worst thing that could happen is if there was some impact on this landfill, this Superfund site, and there was migration of water, contaminated water coming onto the site. It's the last thing the owners want. And they've taken a lot of steps to make sure that they operate their facility correctly and we maintain the correct hydraulic gradient to make sure that this contaminant plume keeps doing what it's supposed to be doing, okay? Regarding things like sand fines, there's another thing that I think is important to know about the quarry. This quarry produces sand and gravel materials that are naturally there. They mine them out. They mine bedrock, which goes to another facility where it gets crushed and classified into different grades of stone. When they take sand out, they have a sand washing operation up here. Why do they wash the sand? They wash the sand to remove the fines, the very fine small particles and dust. It goes through a conveyor, they wash it with water. Where does the water come from? The water comes from the ponds or from the quarry bottom. That's where it comes from. There's no importation of water onto this site. All the water used on this site is generated within the site. Those fines, those 3 other ponds up here, the purpose of those ponds is that wash water goes into those ponds, the water courses through the bottom of the ponds into the ground, and they capture those fines. Those fines are a salable product. If you ask Mr. Pezza, who's standing right here, I guarantee he will tell you that he wants to capture every milligram of those fines because it's a salable product for him, okay? Everything they quarry in here is a salable product, as long as it's not contaminated. So that's a quick synopsis here, and I'll be more than happy to answer questions. There's a lot more information we can provide if you want it, but I wanted to give you a quick synopsis so that other folks have the opportunity to speak and to ask questions. And if you, of course, you have any questions right now, I'll be glad to answer them.
Last week, we were told that the water was being trucked in because it was contaminated. Now you're saying there's no contaminated water on this property.
There is absolutely no contaminated water on this site. Okay, there are.
So why were we told that?
Houses couldn't be built there because the water was contaminated.
I have no idea why you were told that, okay? This is what I'm telling, well, first of all, I don't know that, I can't speak to whether or not how anybody wants a house built there, but what I will tell you is that there's no contaminated water on that site, period. There isn't, okay? And in fact, that's demonstrated by the monitoring by US EPA of the Superfund site, and it's demonstrated by the water quality monitoring we've done. There's no actual wells on the site. We don't draw water out of the ground. All the water used in that site is captured precipitation or snowmelt, rain or snowmelt, or water coming through the bedrock seeps that drains into the quarry. That's it.
So, I'm sorry, the attorney's name, I forgot his name. Landry. So, Mr. Landry, didn't you advise us last week that the water was trucked in because it's contaminated? Because then Mr. Punchak had asked, well, what are you using the contaminated water for?
Yes, I did say that. It was my understanding, based on meetings we had, that there was a period of time where bottled water was provided to the individuals. That period of time is not continuing. I don't know if it was all of the individuals. but there was a period of time where bottled water was brought there. Why it was brought there, I'm not certain. But my point was not to say that this site is full of contaminated water. It was that the surrounding Superfund, something associated with the surrounding Superfund sites, apparently at one point made people concerned about the quality of well water. The comprehensive plan of the town has a provision that says it does not want utilities brought into this whole general area here, including our site. So we do not, and given its condition and the Superfund sites around it, we don't believe it has reasonable potential for residential development without any types of utilities in there. But it was represented to me that at one time bottled water was being brought into certain individuals in that area out of concern over contamination, not from us, but apparently from Weston Sand and Gravel Superfund site.
I can address some of that.
Okay. Yes, sure.
And know that I am speaking as an abutter to the Pound Hill Road Quarry. I live at 1931 Pound Hill Road. My name is Rebecca, Mr. Farr. Rebecca, can you just get up to that? Oh, yeah, it's just a question for Mr. Ferrari, then I'll use the microphone. You just mentioned that all of the water within the quarry is clean, drinkable water.
That's correct.
However, we're saying that per our comprehensive plan, that we would not want to put in any sort of infrastructure to bring water to the site. However, if we're saying that you've tested all the water and all of the retention ponds are drinkable water, then why couldn't we theoretically drill wells to put houses there in the future? Thank you.
That's actually a very good question. A little history. When this Superfund site was discovered back in the 1980s, the contaminant plume was already out there. And about 50 houses had their private wells contaminated. As a result of that, go upstream in Tarkillen Brook across Route 7, okay, a riverbank well point field was created. This was done by EPA and the U.S. Corps of Engineers. It's called the Nasonville Water System. And for those who may have noticed this, you might know that there's an elevated water storage tank off Gig Road and Pulaski Road. It's a 100,000-gallon water storage tank. That well field upstream on Tarkillen Brook, which is in a nice sand and gravel deposit, their well points are about 40 to 45 feet deep, pumps high-quality water, drinking water, up into that tank, which then serves those 50-plus houses. I believe other people in the area, out of an abundance of caution, were, for some period of time, provided bottled water because of the concerns. They didn't know the full extent of the contaminant plume. But that goes back to the 1980s into the 1990s. That well field has been online now since the early 1990s, serving all those residences that had their wells contaminated. Okay.
Anybody else want to get up and ask a water question?
Oh, actually, let me come back and answer this lady's question. So relative to why can't you drill wells on the site, we don't want to drill wells on the site for one very simple reason. If we drilled wells and started pumping large volumes of water, say, in this area, that could risk changing the hydrologic gradient.
Okay.
We don't want to do that.
Can I ask an additional question then?
Of course you can.
So if drilling wells might change the hydrological flow, how will blasting not change the hydrological flow?
Blasting is not imparting any extraction stress on the underlying aquifer. And actually, hold on, your foundation, hold on, we have a seismologist here who can more specifically answer questions about that. When you're blasting bedrock here, okay, there's water in bedrock. It's not uniformly in the bedrock. It travels through fractures and there's voids in the bedrock. You can have water at an upper level in the bedrock, you can have an area that's dry, and you can have water below. It depends on what the interconnectivity of the fractures are, okay? I found water 1,000 feet down. I found water 10 feet into the bedrock, 2 feet into the bedrock, and not found water in between. If you drill bedrock wells, okay, you're drawing water out of those fractures, and you don't know the extent of it. If you put in what they call alluvial wells or alluvial sand and gravel wells, shallow wells in the sand and gravel, that has a very high probability of changing the hydrologic gradient in the area. You don't want to do that because you don't want to do anything to modify the remediation plan for Western Sand and Gravel Superfund site. You absolutely do not want to do that. So there's no circumstance where any kind of water supply development is going to be done realistically on this site because we don't want to change the hydrologic gradient. Everyone likes things just the way they are because it's in everyone's best interest, the town's best interest, the neighbor's best interest, and the quarry's best interest to let this remediation plan continue to function exactly as it has for the last 35 years.
I'm just going to grab the microphone, so. Jason, someone who wants to start it?
Yes, Jason Richer, 45 Douglas Pike. I've noticed, actually, I think it'd be better off. I've got a few things. There are 2 memos out from Joe Cunningham, who's the manager of the Western Sand and Gravel Superfund site. And in his notes, he's made a few observations. He mentioned that the responsible party hired a hydrogeologist to come in and test the Western Sand and Gravel area, who has noted that there's been an 8-foot drop in the water level of the Western Sand and Gravel property, the Superfund site, the CAP site, in the southern end, and they've noted a groundwater flow change from west to east to west. He believes that it's due to the activities taking place in the quarry. The other thing that I've noticed is can I borrow your pointer if you don't mind? You've been pointing over here is where the pond is. This spot right here is a gash in the ground. It's a permanent water body. It's been blasted open. They have a pump running according to the EPA. It's pumping 200 gallons a minute. And I can tell you, because I am the one that's been videotaping everything and taking pictures, that I've watched that pump run 24 hours a day all week long. I've seen it run overnight. I've seen it run on Saturdays. And you're talking about houses not being able to go in there because you're afraid of taking water out. Except when it's frozen as it is now. That pump runs almost nonstop, 6 days a week. 200 gallons a minute from before 7 in the morning until they leave at night. And that's another thing, they keep talking about these hours. I'm sorry, I've seen that gate open up every morning at between 5 and 6. It's crazy. This area over here, right alongside, outside of the CAP site, there's a small buffer area. Mr. Cunningham has pointed out that the berm that you said is so impermeable has flooded that area so much it turned it from a softwood forest into a wetlands. I have right here pictures, still pictures from, I'd say between 7 and 10 different instances from starting in, I think, April of 2022 up until April 5th of last year when DEM came down and actually forced them to fix those ponds. There's been, in my estimation, at least a dozen berm breaches, pond breaches. In fact, the middle pond right here, all the trees behind it, they're all gone now. They took them down when they fixed it recently. They were all dead. All the trees in that area are dead. All the trees over here, there's signs of dead, dying trees, all through here, all the way up there. Now, again, it's all from that spot right there. Our ordinances don't allow for permanent ponds, but we have one right here, and we have one right there that have been there for 4 or 5 years. I've never seen them pulling water from this one, but they pull water from that one all the time. Right there is the LR&R site. There's only 1,200 feet between the two of them. And that hole right there, when you stand up on top of that property up there on Holliston's property and you look down, you're looking down 100 feet, and that hole in the ground is probably another 10 or 20 feet. So it's 120 feet lower than the cap, at the very least, from LR&R. It looks to me like it's the closest distance and the lowest distance and the fastest distance and the easiest distance for water to leave this property, just as electricity is. They follow the path of least resistance. You're telling us that this water is drinkable. Would you drink a glass of it?
I have.
You go in there, you grab a glass, and you drink it.
I did it to show Mr. Pezza that the water was drinking water quality.
And we have tests from that, and it was
Yes,
taken,
we have.
and the water was taken when they were operating and pumping on a regular basis?
Yeah.
And we can see the results from that, because I would like to see that.
Okay, may I have my pointer back?
Absolutely, sir.
And I'll address your comments. Number one, the comments that, about, that Mr. Cunningham from US EPA made, and I've talked extensively with him, by the way. And in fact, US EPA presented an inquiry,
You can keep speaking, I'm just looking for something.
EPA presented a series of inquiries to the site, to the ownership, that we've addressed. Now, it is true that there is a piezometer over here, which is a pipe into the ground where you can measure groundwater elevations. And in April of 2024, it showed a very sudden drop in elevation. And based upon, now they had a lot of other readings, okay? And indeed, the data indicated, the contour mapping that EPA and their contractor did, indicated that there was a quote-unquote reversal of flow. Okay? And I was asked to evaluate that. So we looked at their data. What did their data show? Their data showed, because at that point we'd had massive rain for months. The groundwater gradient was a lot higher coming down this hill. This whole upland area, the groundwater table had gone up. The only area it hadn't gone up was over here, because the highest it can go over here is elevation 269, because that's the overflow elevation of the ponds. But there was a water flow coming down here, and that's evident. Now, because they had a low reading here, it appeared that that reversed the flow on the landfill site. I pointed out to the US EPA that they ought to go and check their data, because on at least 5 occasions since 1998, they've gotten a low reading, an abnormally low reading in that one piezometer. Well, all the other ones appear to be reading normally. Okay? I don't know why. In fact, one time, I think it was, can't recall the exact date, but it was a number of years ago, that piezometer was dry. Now, I don't know why it was, but what I do know is those readings have occurred on a number of occasions, and they have nothing to do with the quarry operation. It was before those ponds were existing. It was before the rock quarry was at that depth, okay? I actually made the suggestion to Mr. Cunningham that somebody ought to go and check their instrument, okay, or check their protocol when they're taking the measurements, because I don't know why it's happening, but I know it happened at least 5 times. That one location, a low reading. Now, how do you get a low reading? That water level reading was in about 247 feet. So yeah, it was about 8 feet lower than it had been in some prior readings. The only way the water level can go down is if somebody is pumping water from that depth or lower. Okay? You're not pumping water. You've got a water table over here that is higher that's driving water this way. Okay? And to suggest to me that you're over at this end of the site and you've got you're doing some transfer of water from this location to this location, and somehow that's going to cause a drop in water here, you've just defied the laws of physics, okay? Which, by the way, if you stay on planet Earth, the laws of physics have been in play for about 4 billion years, okay? They don't change. So, you're right, that's what it showed. And EPA is going and checking their data, because when they made that claim, they hadn't bothered to look at anything other than that one snapshot in time on one day in
All right,
April.
but what about this claim about taking the water from that corner over there? You said you were worried about putting houses here. I mean, how many houses can go on this area?
First of all, I'm not worried about putting houses anywhere.
Well, the
okay?
reason I'm bringing this up is we've been told that we're going to be left with a big black hole. It seems like a threat, actually, that when they're all done excavating all of this, we're going to be left with a big black hole that has no purpose whatsoever. I don't understand at all why, for one, they bring up the fact that we shouldn't bring in electrical, utilities well, 2 years ago, they brought in a 20,000 amp electrical service. A 20,000 electrical amp service. So we have electricity there. The only thing missing is enough dirt to put in an ISDS septic system and remediating the property. I certainly would hope that we would do that. That we would level this property out and bring in fill and whatnot. But ISDS can go in. Wells can go in. If it's drinkable, they should be able to drill wells and put houses in, because they're already pulling more water out than houses would use. Already. So that's another option. The Nasonville Water Supply District that supplies the area that's up there, the pumping takes place 600 feet from my house. I don't think it'd be that difficult to get Burrville to help supply water to that area. And my point is that when we're told that this land will have no use when they're done quarrying, I'm disputing it. I think there's plenty of use of that property. There's a whole bunch of things that can go on in there. It could be community gardens, it could be open space, it could be houses, it could be a whole bunch of stuff. I dispute that completely. I thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, that was interesting. I'm not making any representations. I don't think anyone's making any representations as far as what can happen on this site. This is what I will tell you. I've been involved in a number of projects where they've taken quarried out areas, and restored them and built commercial developments, residential developments, any number of things, okay? And I'll even give you a couple of names. If you're familiar with Center in New England, it's down on the Coventry East Greenwich line. That was an old sand and gravel operation, okay? I was walking on the bedrock that they quarried out about 40, 50 feet of material, okay? There's the Deerbrook development down in Exeter. That was an old sand and gravel operation that was redeveloped into residential housing, 130 units of housing in 2008. They first went online. So one of the things Mr. Landry mentioned here was that there's an opportunity to do some planning as far as what the life of this quarry is. I'm not privy to that. That's not my area of expertise, but I'm certainly not suggesting in any way, shape, or form that you can't redevelop the site into something of value. But that's not for me to determine or to say. Now, relative to contamination, the contaminant threats in this area are this Superfund site here and this Superfund site up there. Those are your contamination threats, folks. This is in between. It's not a contamination threat. And they're doing a lot of monitoring to make sure that it doesn't become one.
Jason, can you just finish up, please?
Very quickly, can you explain to me the remediation plan that you have a deadline of July 1st of this year for redoing those ponds, and why DEM has forced the operation into upgrading the berm and all the ponds? If you're saying right now it's a wonderful system, there's no way water can leave. Why are they being forced to put in brand new ponds with higher berms around the ponds and a much bigger berm running along that western boundary?
Number one, DEM isn't forcing us to do anything.
I have a letter that states so. In fact, it's here.
DEM is not forcing the site to do anything. Following the inspections, most recently of the spring of 2024, we agreed that we wanted to improve things. A lot of it was already done by the ownership of the site. We worked out, the options were to figure out how to do a direct regulated discharge to Tarkillen Brook, which required going across at least two other owners' parcels, which is not practical or feasible, or to maintain our zero discharge. We worked out a plan. It's not a remediation plan, it's an improvements plan to do some additional work to beef up the perimeter berm, which is perfectly understandable because the amount of water that is being produced in the quarry has increased over time. Why has it increased? Because the quarry, the actual worked area of the quarry has expanded over time. As Mr. Landry said, that's the whole idea of a quarry. It's not a static situation. So we've expanded it. By the way, as we demonstrated, we did hydrologic modeling, we did stormwater modeling. These ponds can handle what they call a 25-year storm, okay? That's a storm with a magnitude that occurs once every 25 years, okay? That's a pretty big storm. And if they overflow, they're going to overflow into the quarry. Okay? As far as collection of water down here, the vast majority of the water that's collected down there is stormwater. It's precipitation, or I imagine at some point we'll have some snow and ice melt that'll contribute to that. But that's what that is, okay? Probably 90% of the water coming in there is precipitation. We do get periodic seeps and weeps out of the bedrock. However, if you look at the face here, most of it's high enough, most of the time there's very few seeps coming out of there, okay? Now there's some, and that's why we collect that water. There is a manually operated pump down here, okay? And we pump, well, not we, but the quarry pumps periodically, okay? If you get a lot of precipitation, you pump for a longer duration of time. There's been periods when that pump hasn't operated for days or even a week or two. There's been times when it's been operating every day for an extended period of time. It depends on the weather conditions, okay, which none of us have any control over. But that's what's going on there, folks. Okay, and that water gets pumped into these ponds, and it drains through those ponds. If they need water for use in the quarry, for wash water for the sand, okay, or for dust control, okay, on the site, they typically pump the water out of pond number 2 over here. They have a tank truck with a spray header on it. They fill that, and they traverse the entire site, laying down water, because that's how you do dust control. And they do that every day unless it's raining, okay? That's what they do. So the water, they're not, as I said, they're not importing water from off-site. There's no pipeline coming onto this site. They're not introducing any water other than effectively what is falling onto the site with precipitation or snow, and we do have a little contribution coming in from bedrock fractures, okay? Yeah, that is true. But we're not doing groundwater pumping. We're not doing large-scale well pumping because we don't have any wells on the site. That's what creates extraction stress, and that's what can change a hydrologic gradient in the surrounding area. And by the way, you've got an upland area over here. The drainage goes to the east from up here, okay? And if you looked at geologic maps, you'd find out most of your fracturing is going north-south or even with a northeastern component to it. It goes away from the site, all right? But the hydrologic gradient, we have an upland area here, and the drainage goes to the east, not to the west. It goes to the east.
Can we just keep everyone down to 5 minutes until we go back around, and then if we have more questions, we'll come back, so we just kind of limit it a little bit?
My name's Robert Beauclair.
I'm sorry?
Robert Beauclair. My property is right up to the gate on Pine Hill Road. I've been living there, I'm going on my 42nd year. The remarks about the bottled water came from the Superfund site, which was the middle 80s. As far as material sand, I've never had a problem with that company. They water the road down to keep the dust. They sent their street sweeper up to do Pine Hill Road at their expense to clean, to cut down on the dust. And as far as I'm right at the gate, I have not heard any pumps running at night. So I don't know where that came from, but I just wanted to voice my opinion on that. Thank you.
Thank you. So who's next on water?
Lee Angelette, 49 Orchard Street. I think my question goes back to Attorney Landry, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, and I love the presentation, to be honest. I'm learning a lot, done a lot of research. But I went back to the February 10th meeting here. What was that planning? Here, thank you. It was here. Mr. Punchak, you brought up a question. I didn't write your quotes down, but I did write Mr. Landry's down, and I'm just looking for clarification. I'm not looking to throw anybody under the bus. You stated, our understanding is that because of the environmentally compromised nature of this area, in the absence of any public water or sewer facilities, the water is actually trucked in to some or most of the houses in the area. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think I just heard you say earlier that you were talking about water going to the employees, not the houses, but I could be wrong. That's why I'm asking for clarification. Then you continue to say, and this is my big concern, and I haven't heard this tonight yet from anyone, and I don't know if you can address this because you're the water person, and I'm sorry, my back is to you. I don't know where else I can go. Okay. You continue to say, and I quote, yeah, the aquifer is contaminated. It is not a safe place to drill residential drinking water wells. If our aquifer is contaminated, we have a huge problem. Huge. If your quarry's contaminated, which I'm hearing it's not, that's a little bit smaller, but, so I'm just looking for clarification because that is what was stated, and maybe it was a misstatement, and that's okay too. I have another question, but you want them to answer that first before I go to this?
You have like 3 minutes left.
I can't talk later.
You can talk again.
But I tried to address this earlier. That was not a completely accurate statement. I think it's been mentioned here already that I said earlier there was a time that I understood that bottled water was brought into homes in this area. Mr. Ferrari indicated that as a result of things that were happening on the Western Sand and Gravel site, which is part of the same aquifer, there's a lot of bad stuff on that site, and at one time it caused bottled water to have to be delivered to a neighborhood of 50 people or so. Mr. Eau Claire has just said that that did in fact happen in the 1980s. I was trying to clarify earlier. If I didn't do it correctly, I'll do it again. That seems to have been an issue that happened at some point in time that's not happening today. There is contamination in this aquifer area. Obviously there is. It's monitored. It's controlled. There's a plume that continues to move. There are ponds in place to make sure that plume moves in the right direction. What we know is that our site is clean, drinking water quality, and we also know that whatever pumping's done in that tiny area up there is not going to have any effect on the hydrology over there the way that these detention ponds do, and that the water is being used from precipitation and ponds. There are no wells at all. But once you start drilling wells under this property for residential development at some point, you run the risk that nobody wants, that you change the bedrock hydrology in a way that changes that flow and upsets the recovery plan for this property. So I don't think, that's my understanding of the broader picture. We never said that the property is going to be a black hole that has no use. We did say, and I said earlier, that the planning board is looking for a reclamation plan as to what happens when the useful operation of this property, which has the right to expand no matter what the underlying zoning is and no matter whether you can build houses or not, what the reclamation plan is. And we mentioned at the planning board the other night that the property could be owned by the town, conceivably. It could be a park here. There could be gardens here. There are ways to reclaim this site and make it useful in the future that do not involve drilling wells and threatening the underground hydrology in a way that would be bad for a sensitive area like this. So I'm not saying the property is always going to be a black hole. I'm saying the zoning status of the property is a black hole, and the transparency as to how heavily it's regulated is a black hole, and that will continue until the zoning status is clarified and the transparency is increased. But we're not trying to create a black hole here. We could do just the opposite. We probably have the right, from a legal perspective, and this is not a threat, it's a fact, to continue operating in that black hole without any limitations beyond which the EPA and the DEM and the Bureau of Mine Safety impose upon us. We're here trying to come to a planned solution that introduces transparency and introduces controls that don't exist right now. And I think that summarizes what is the truth about what we're presenting. And I agree, it's not exactly what it said, what I said last Monday. It's what I understood to be the case last Monday. I am now corrected.
Leanne, can I see if anyone else wants to ask a question before your next one?
Sure.
And
Want me to go away?
if you can just come back up.
I'll just ask a question. You said they use the water truck every day. DEM did inspect the property on February of 2023. I believe it was Dennis, the manager of the Quarry, responded to DEM that they weren't using the water trucks in the winter, although that particular day it was noted the temperature was in the mid-50s. Is that a change in their procedure, or do they still not water during the winter?
I can't answer the question as far as their year-round activities. What I can tell you is that I've been on that site probably 25 times, and every time I've been there, their water truck has been laying down water for dust control, okay? Now, again, if they're not, they could be periods of time when they're not operating, there could be periods of time when the ground is damp. I can't answer the question. Perhaps somebody else can answer that question, but I can't, okay?
May I?
Oh, by all means.
Hi, Erica Millette. I'm a resident. I live about a mile and a half away. Still hear the thumping every day. I heard a noise around here, actually, that reminded me of some of the quarry sounds. But anyway, just sticking on the water topic, we've talked a lot about the edges of the property, inflows and outflows. Can you expand a little bit more on the aquifer underneath, and what assurance do we have that, to one of the earlier comments, the blasting isn't impacting, changing any of the capacity or the containment of that aquifer, and also not opening up like additional fractures, fissures that would allow water to get in there? May not be contaminated now, but just thinking about the future and how that aquifer might be affected by continued operations.
Part of your answer is going to have to come from Mr. Grohl, who is a seismologist who oversees the blasting. And I know enough to be dangerous relative to addressing blasting. But what I will tell you is this, that a lot of people get concerned if they see construction blasting going on or quarry blasting going on, and they get concerned about their wells, as an example. And any number of studies have been done. In fact, Mr. Grohl and I did one in North Smithfield about 6 or 7 years ago, perhaps. It was for construction blasting when the Anchor Subaru dealership was looking to expand, and we had to do some level of assessment relative to, this is at the preliminary stage of if there was potential for damage to residential wells that were neighboring, above the commercial site. But having said that, keep this in mind, that one of the ways you develop a well is you drill into a bedrock well, you drill it into the ground, and you do what they call hydrofracking. They used to do blast fracking, which could be as simple as take a stick of dynamite and, shove it down the hole and let it go. Now it's more, they use hydraulic pressure to do it. But you have to actually try pretty hard to destabilize most bedrock formations. I've probably been involved with several thousand wells in my career, and I've experienced 3 or 4 unstable wells. Okay, so I'm not saying it can happen, but the blasting is sufficiently distant from, in the context of my experience on well development, that it should not be an issue. But I'm going to have to defer to Mr. Grohl for any further answer than that. He can discuss that in much more detail than I can.
I'll ask you a more water-related question then to follow up. So the ponds themselves, which are essentially sand drains, does that water ultimately end up in the aquifer, or does it truly Is there bedrock or anything preventing it from going all the way down? Thanks, that's my good pen. I'm gonna get that. Thank you.
All right, the water that goes into the infiltration ponds, which, as I said, is principally captured stormwater, goes through, basically it's a sand filtration system. It goes back into the ground, goes right into we'll call it the overburden aquifer. That's the water in the soils above the bedrock. A fraction of that water will ultimately get into the bedrock through fractures at the soil bedrock interface. That's how you recharge bedrock, okay? That water, we've tested it. We will continue to do periodic testing of it. It has been demonstrated to be very high quality water. As I said, the contamination plume is the concern, and we want to keep it right where it is and keep it going in the correct direction. But I want to address something else here. I want everybody to understand, all water supply wells in the state, all, public even as well as private, are ultimately under the purview of Rhode Island Department of Health. Okay, now, for larger wells, principally your larger municipal wells or larger irrigation wells, Rhode Island DEM also has regulatory oversight on those, okay? A number of folks have been asking about, well, can you develop a well on the Quarry site, et cetera, et cetera. The chances of Rhode Island Department of Health approving a public well, let's say certainly on the western side of the Quarry site, if not the entire Quarry site, are slim and none. Why? To be blunt, there's no way in hell they're going to approve a public well right next to a Superfund site. It's not going to happen, not in this lifetime. In fact, the former section chief for the drinking water section literally said the phrase, "over my dead body," okay? And that's a quote. She is now retired, but her successor has the same position, and I agree with their position, by the way. So no one is going to be developing a large-scale drinking water well in this area anytime soon. And if any other wells were proposed for development here, I can assure you DEM would be giving that extreme scrutiny, because their concern would be, is it going to have an impact immediately on western sand and gravel, and possibly the other side also. That would have to be thoroughly evaluated before either DEM or Department of Health would allow, whether it was a drinking water well or a commercial well, industrial, or whatever you want to call it, it'd be under extreme scrutiny. And if Mr. Pezza came to me and said, do you think it's a good idea to drill a well, my response would be no, I do not, okay? And my clients have a habit of listening to me, so.
Anyone else?
Can I
Anyone
ask just
else?
one quick follow-on question? It might be a yes or no. I'm so
We're already
sorry.
past 5.
Okay,
Can you just
okay.
let someone else come
Yeah,
up and you can come up again? Just let someone else come up first, sir. If you can go to the podium.
Hi, I'm Thomas Richards, and I'm sorry, did I take your spot? Okay, all right, sorry. I'm Thomas Richards. I live at 6 Pine Hill Road, so I'm actually just a couple houses down from the quarry. So, I understand that the water's been tested now, and it's clean. You said it's as clean as drinking water. But I guess my concern is, I know the quarry could be here for years, maybe even decades from now, and I just wanted to know, what is the plan to continuously monitor the site and continuously test the water? Thank you.
Yeah, at the moment, we don't have any long-term plan in place other than the ownership and the person, Mr. Pezza, has discussed with me that we will do, like say, periodic monitoring. We haven't defined a specific monitoring scope and schedule, but I'm working on that for him, and we'll be making recommendations on that. But to be continued.
Sir.
Lucian Lamro, 1899 Pound Hill Road. I abut them in the front over there. And last year, the water got so bad, they had to put in 2 tanks for me. And that reverse osmosis or whatever it is, they didn't even know better than I do. But the guy that put it in said it would have cost $4,400. That's how bad my water got. Every time they blast, it was brown, and you couldn't use it. For a day or two, you couldn't do washing. You'd have to flush it back. It's not too bad now with that there, but they've lowered the water levels from what I hear. So my well is 110 foot deep, but my well point only goes down about 85 feet. So how long is it going to be before my well goes dry with all the water they're pumping out? That's my concerns, and the quality of it. Because it's all got to be filtered. I'm afraid of it a bit. And I do buy some of my own bottled water for regular drinking. And as far as the sand goes, sometimes I think I'm losing my eyesight, because down in the back corner of my field, I can see that dust coming over. And it's not just on once in a blue moon. It's on a consistent basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you going to address his question, or?
I'm not sure there was a specific question to address.
Well, his well quality with the pumping
Water,
out
water quality can be affected by a lot of things, and what I would say is it possible that the blasting could affect a particular well? As I said a few minutes ago, it's possible that it could be. I'll make a comment. This is not a criticism. It's not a criticism of this gentleman, but a 110-foot deep well, if that's a bedrock well, that's actually a very shallow bedrock well. And if it's an 80-foot deep overburden well, that's actually a relatively moderately deep overburden well, sand and gravel type well or well point, okay? There can be any number of reasons, but, is it possible it could be affected by blasting or something? Yes, it could be. As I said, I've been involved inspecting thousands of wells, and there's a handful of them that for one reason or another, they can be unstable. I've actually purposely blasted wells to make them unstable, to break them up. There was a coastal application where I wanted to bring in seawater, so we did charges down in the wells to break up the bedrock and bring in seawater on some coastal wells for desalinization. But I would have to do an examination of that particular well to have any more definitive opinion, which obviously I haven't done an examination of it.
Thank you. Anyone else? You got to go up, sir.
I just wanted to make a comment. I still get the bottled water every month, the 19th, from the Superfund.
Thank you. Leanne?
Well, now I have two questions.
You have 5 minutes.
One of them is, there's a lot of discussion about the on-site testing and monitoring. Has there been consideration, or can the council consider testing at least to the abutters within a certain radius? I'm not looking for an answer right now, but that would be, I'm petrified with my water, and I'm on the other side of town. I'm nowhere near this site, but I feel from my neighbors that could be in jeopardy. And if this gentleman had to have his a treatment system put in, and it's not connected to the quarry, then why did the quarry pay for it? That's one.
Mr. Landry did say that was one of the things they talked about at the meeting, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
The other thing is just quickly something I wanted to read, and this goes back a little bit. On April 5th of 2024, the DEM inspection revealed significant environmental impact as a result of breaching of the berming around the Pine Hill Quarry site in 2 locations. Sediment-laden water was observed outside of the bermed areas onto adjacent properties to the west, and significant areas of deposited sediments were observed in the down-gradient wooded area in the north. A letter of noncompliance was sent to the property owner to address violations of no discharge certification. As a result, Material Sand and Stone hired, I believe your company, Northeast Water Solutions Incorporated, to develop a pond improvement plan, Per DEM correspondence with the material sand and stone in December of 2024, construction must be completed by July 1st of this year. Just a statement, not really, I feel free if anybody has something to add to it, but that's a DEM report.
Thank you.
Yep.
I addressed some of that earlier. There were a couple of, they actually were relatively small breaches. The material that was observed on the outboard side of the berm going into the wooded area was principally the berm material itself. Some that had eroded and flowed out. We had DEM come back in for an inspection, an on-site meeting and inspection in, I believe it was June. And actually at that point, the ownership had already doubled the thickness of that berm. The repairs were done very quickly. They doubled the thickness of that berm, and DEM was actually very satisfied with that. And then we discussed further enhancing the berm further to the south, and that was a design that was submitted and approved, as well as some enhancements to provide, instead of just having an emergency overflow on the last berm in the last pond in the train of ponds, they asked for an overflow on each one, even including the upgradient ponds. That design was submitted, it was approved, and it will be constructed on or before the deadline with DEM. But when they came back, the improvements had already been made as far as the original issues, as I said, and they were inspected and satisfied with that.
Thank you. Rebecca, you gotta go.
I have a clarifying question.
You mentioned previously that the improvement plan was essentially just because they felt that they needed to improve the retention ponds, and there was no reason or, I guess, influence on that improvement plan. But are you now saying that the improvement plan for the retention ponds is a result of the April 5th inspection?
No, it wasn't an outcome of the April inspection by DEM. It's an outcome of they'd had, keeping in mind that during this period of time, we had the highest precipitation and precipitation intensity in 100 years, and they concluded that rather than to minimize risk of any further problems, as a comprehensive solution, they expanded the berm thickness on the outboard side, okay, and they reinforced the emergency overflow that overflows back inside the property. Subsequent to that, we had DEM, we had a meeting with DEM on the site with several of their people, and they basically said, could we extend that improvement further to the south, beyond the ponds going to the south, and we agreed. And it's an easy thing to do. So we're more than happy to do it, but it was not an outcome of the defects that were identified on, I think it was April 5th, they had already been repaired, okay? They were already repaired.
Why wouldn't you just shut the pumps off rather than let the pond breach? If it's an annual pump, you shut it off. Why wouldn't you just go and shut it off? It's kind of like filling the switch.
I don't believe the pumps were even operating at that point in time. It's just that there was precipitation and there was erosion. The precipitation eroded a portion of the upper level of the berm, okay? That's what happened, okay? And it eroded sufficiently. It was the berm material that actually flowed off the perimeter berm. It was the berm material itself that then flowed into the forested area to the north and was identified.
Quality control when they built the berm?
I don't think so. I think, really don't. I don't think it was a quality control issue. They were relatively small defects in a fairly large, lengthy berm, and they've been corrected. And as I said, as a precaution, proactively, the owner doubled the thickness of the berm. It went from a 10-foot thick, and this is the top of the berm, and remember, so it's a trapezoidal type berm, from a 10-foot thickness to an 18 to 20-foot thickness, okay? So,
in theory, build an 18 to 20-foot wide berm around their perimeter at some point?
well, that came out of subsequent inspections and discussions with DEM.
You don't have to answer it
Yeah.
directly.
Oh, okay.
Observation that I think a 10-foot berm is not even close not for you.
Okay.
I'd like to make a comment, please. That part of town is in trouble all the way around. In the 70s, we got our Superfund. We allowed the I call recycling center, Wilson's, I think it was, in Warwick, to dump that junk. That was a major catastrophe. The Nike site made. That gave us pollution as well. Downhill, sideways, you name it, we've got it. And now this. But can I tell you, at least these people did something about it. And you're doing something about it. No one said a word before. Not a word. And how do I know? I worked at the State House. My boss, his wife, ran the place in Warwick. Not in Warwick, but we got it in North Smithfield. Our representatives did nothing. And it didn't take long. And if you think that place is not going to branch out because nothing was done, oh yeah, they closed the road. Big improvement. My God, I wish I knew which school of science that they went to. But at least today, I'm going to say, and people know me, if I did not think they were making an effort, gentlemen, and you know we haven't seen that in a long time. You can voice your opinion, and who knows? My God, his family, it was like, well, not, yeah, 53. And we knew it well. And I have this man here, he moved to North Smithfield. I think I tutored every kid in the world. And we used to ride the bikes after down to the end, and that was shut off. And we saw the change. But today, I see you showing up. And companies, Wilson got away with murder. And if you think I'm wrong, I'll clean your house. Well, that's not going to happen either. No one did anything. And our representatives didn't do anything. And the Speaker of the House didn't do anything. Because it was a good old gags. I do this for you, you do this for me. But now people are taking notice. The explanations, I think, are good. We won't always think the same way, but there's an effort being made. There's an effort being made.
May I ask a quick question?
Yes.
Mr. Ferrari, this doesn't really have to do with the quarry per se, but it's more of a concern for the neighbors and the people on Pine Hill. If you say it wouldn't be safe to put houses or anything like that at the quarry because, for lack of a better word, they would be pulling. If they dug wells, they'd be pulling from the Superfund site, right? They could be pulling water from the Superfund site and drawing to their wells and contaminating their wells.
That would be the concern of the regulatory agencies.
Right, and I understand
it's justifiable
that.
concern.
But, so aren't the people along the border and people on Pine Hill already doing exactly that?
Well, yeah, but the Superfund site.
No, I'm not. It has nothing to do with
No,
their responsibility at all. I'm just asking that question. Aren't they actually? Aren't they doing that?
What I would suggest to you is that everybody in reasonably close proximity to, in this case, a Superfund site should have a concern about their private well. Okay, the dilemma is we're not the people that you should be talking to about that.
Right.
You know, but yeah, the short answer is yes. I mean, if I lived there, I'd be concerned. I'd be extremely concerned. Just one other comment, and this is not per se to this site or this project. There are a lot of efforts underway looking at bringing a much more substantial municipal water supply to this general region and area because we have a lot of contaminant threat issues in northern Rhode Island. It's nothing to do with this site. I want to stress that, but there's a lot of PFAS contamination. I think probably everybody's heard of PFAS. There's a lot of concern over that. There's a lot of federal level money being thrown at it, and all the towns are taking a hard look at developing water supplies because we've got a lot of people with private wells who are definitely under threat of contamination, if not actually contaminated. So there's a lot going on. And the good news is that that small Tar Kiln Brook well field actually is one of the highest quality water supplies in northern Rhode Island. It's small, but it's a very high quality water because it's upstream. It's up gradient from the contamination, which is the good news. And, okay.
Anyone else have any more water?
That's right. Go ahead. You're an institution in this town.
5 minutes, please.
Hello? 40 years ago, sounds like a long time. What? A small group of us called Protect Our Water was very involved in closing those two sites that you're talking about, Western Sand and Gravel and Landfill Resource and Recovery. It took us 3 years of constant, we'd come to the council, we'd go to the meetings down at DEM, and like I said, it took a long time. But we got them closed, and they were both on the Superfund site. So my concern, I know I've been waiting for Mr. Blast, I don't know which one he is. Oh. Because I am very concerned about the blasting. My property abuts the Pound Hill Quarry. And between Western Sand and Gravel, which is just down the hill, the Superfund site of Landfill Resource and Recovery, we also have a town junkyard that's just up the hill from us. And of course, what happens with a junkyard? The oil, the gas, leaks from the cars, gets into the ground, and there's another source of contamination. So with the blasting, cracking the bedrock, I mean, who knows what's going on under there? I suppose the geologist or would know, but you know, I guess we're about 1,000 feet away. It's not that far, and Mr. Where is he? Over there, right next door, in Lamoureux. Yeah. And the Tiniac. Yeah. So after all that hard work, I hate to see it all go down the drain or into our wells. So that's my concern. Sir?
Mrs. Halloran, can you just state your name and your address,
Oh,
please?
I'm sorry. Doesn't everyone know who I am? It's Muriel Halloran, 62 Douglas Pike, North Smithfield. And I think a lot of you knew my husband, Dan Halloran, who would sit on the council here for about 8 years. So anyway, that's who I am. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason, you want one more? Keep it under 5 minutes, please.
I'll be very quick.
Okay, thanks.
Could you tell me the elevation difference between the very western end of the quarry and the top of the Western Sand and Gravel cap?
Western Sand and Gravel Cap is, the top elevation is between 280 and 281 feet. The top of the berm of the ponds is 270 feet elevation.
Repeat those two numbers again for me, please.
The top of the landfill cap over here
Yeah.
is
What's the difference in feet is what I'm looking for?
about 11-foot difference.
Okay, so we need 11 feet of water in the quarry for it to go over the cap?
No, I'd need 11 more feet of berm height to equal the cap.
How do we explain
I think
this?
he's asking, what's the
That's
bottom
water,
of the
water,
quarry?
water during the breaches on multiple occasions has flowed over the cap of the Western Sand and Gravel. In fact, it happened, January of 24 last year. On January 26th, DEM did an inspection. Unfortunately, EPA pretty much forced them to do it. Unfortunately, DEM gave the quarry a heads up that it was going to be inspected on that day. And that morning, Mr. Joe Cunningham was on the Western Sand and Gravel Cap watching employees from the quarry on the Western Sand and Gravel buffer property pumping ponds of water. See what we're talking about here. It was ponding up completely, and it was going over the cap. Anyway, he caught the employees with a pump he estimated to be a 200-gallon per minute pump, pumping water off of the property of the Western Sand and Gravel back into the quarry. I had flown a drone over the retention ponds, the 3 retention ponds the night before. For the last 3 weeks before this Friday, those retention ponds were filled to the brim, and that is in Mr. Joe Cunningham's report that you said that you read. The morning of the inspection from DEM, those 3 ponds were drawn down by about 18 to 24 inches. I can show you pictures of that, not right now, but I do have them. I have video of both. And they pumped water that had come from silty, laden water from the buffer property back into the quarry before DEM showed up. DEM wrote a report. They didn't see any problems whatsoever. Joe Cunningham wrote a report, and the pictures and everything that he wrote were abominable. What was going on was terrible. So DEM started paying a little bit more attention. Then in April, there was another big breach, and that's where they went back and they did all of this. And I just can't understand, if there's an 11-foot difference in height, there must have been a heck of a lot of water for it to go over the cap. I don't know if you all can see that. That's the grassy cap right there. And that white line, that's a little stream of water coming from the quarry, running to the back of the Western Sand and Gravel Cap, to Burma Road, which is the road that Holliston uses, flowing into Cockland Brook and out to the reservoir. And I'll make mention that behind the middle retention pond, all the trees died. I already mentioned all that. But anyway, I wanted to point that out. Oh, and one last thing. In March of last year, in this very area here, Mr. Rick Grohl told me that this sand here is pulverized quartz. Is that correct, Mr. Grohl? That's the sand that you were speaking of that you said was pulverized quartz.
I'm sorry, could you speak into the mic?
I'm sorry, very sorry. You had said that this area, particularly Holliston, but you had mentioned the big pile in here. That sand, that very fine sand is pulverized quartz left over from the glacial period. Is that correct?
Jason,
Okay.
can you give him the mic, please? Jason, over here.
I'm sorry.
There you go, thanks.
Sand is quartz, okay, typically. Not all sand, but most sand is quartz.
What percentage of granite is quartz?
It all depends. What
But a range?
defines a granite is when it is saturated with respect to silica, okay? Once there is a saturation, meaning that there is 65% silica in the rock, then free quartz can occur in the rock. That's what defines a granite. That, and it contains both plagioclase.
Sir, can you speak into the microphone, please?
Oh, like this?
Yes, please.
All right. Yes. A granite is defined as being saturated with respect to silica, and also must contain plagioclase and orthoclase feldspars. Okay. It is what's known as a light igneous rock. And the materials that are derived from it weather out separately, and leaving the quartz grains as individual grains, which are ultimately sand. And the reason that there is so much sand in the world is because granite is a fairly common rock. If that answers your question.
Thank you very much. Just want to point out to you one thing. In March,
Jason, can
in
you
that
just
very
finish up?
area-
Can you just finish up, please?
Yeah, very quickly. Just want to mention, in that very area, they dug into a what looked like an artesian spring, and it flowed from March until I'd say about late August. It wasn't flowing water for much more than a couple of weeks, but you could see the wet the wetness running through the quarry, and it accumulated in this area here until September. A large amount of water, and you could see where the water level was when it first happened in March, and it appears that the water level behind Mr. Lamro's property and Rebecca's property, the water table back there dropped a good 8 feet. And I'm just curious, what can they expect to happen to all their trees here now that that water level has dropped 8 feet?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's okay, thank you.
Speaking of silica sand, if you go to a lot of Rhode Island beaches, you can find the same material. Okay? And if the wind blows, you'll catch some in your nostrils or your mouth. Okay?
Jason, anyone else like to speak on the water before we go to the next?
Actually, I have a few more comments I'd like to make in rebuttal. This gentleman keeps insisting that water is flowing from the quarry site over the landfill cap.
I'm not, was.
Jason,
Is, was, whatever. It's irrelevant, is or was. It is physically impossible because the water cannot flow uphill. You are defying the laws of physics and the laws of gravity. It doesn't happen on planet Earth, okay? I'm sorry. I don't care what you think your photographs show. And by the way, US EPA provided us the photographs that you sent to them. I did a very detailed rebuttal. Okay, we've had a professional land survey out there confirming elevations. What I'm presenting to you, you can find on any number of LiDAR mapping, town mapping, state mapping, surveys that have been done. The elevations are the elevations. The fact of the matter is that the berms on the quarry property are significantly inside their property line. Okay, they are at least 35 feet at closest to the property line with the landfill. In between the outboard side of the berms on the quarry and the toe of the landfill cap is a lower area that bounds both sides of the property line, and that area goes down as low as elevation in that lower area, it goes down to 268 to 266 feet elevation. There's actually low depression areas where water gets trapped and creates ponds, okay? And then you get down to the Holliston access road, and you've got a bigger trapped area because, as I said before, the Holliston access road, and this is not throwing them under the bus, that access road's been there for decades, that creates a dam effect, and that ties into the toe of the berm at the north end of the landfill cap, and water gets trapped in there. And that water can be as much as 2 to 2.5 feet deep before it can overflow the far end of the southwest corner of the landfill cap and get over to the other side where it can then course around and you get in a Tarkillen Brook. It is physically impossible for water. If water is, it will drain off the outboard side of the berm, the perimeter berm, the containment berm for the quarry. It goes into that low area. It cannot suddenly start going back uphill again and climb from 266 to 268 feet up to 281 feet and flow over the top of the landfill cap. It is physically impossible, okay?
you have to get up. Can you just go to the mic so they can hear you?
Nicole DeCristofaro, 4 Green Street. I also own 1931 Pound Hill Road. Jason's last question was how my water table is affected, about the 8 feet, how my water table and how Lou's water table is affected based on the activity.
Sand is porous. It's probably on the order of 30% voids. It's very transmissive. Water flows through it. It's not unusual that and water flows from a high area to a lower area. Okay, so it wouldn't be surprising that water tables will change. Okay, water may have flowed from an upland area down into the quarry through the soil, which is principally a sand material. So that's one way it could have gone down. It absolutely could have gone down. Now, I don't know what the precipitation conditions were there. Okay, this past year in 2024 through May, we had record precipitation. From June into November, we had near drought conditions, an extended period of very little rain, okay, very minimal rain. So we saw water tables go up last winter into last spring, and then we saw them come way down again. And I can tell you for a fact that I have, in drought periods, I've seen water levels in wells drop 30 and 40 feet or more. I've seen wells that are 100 to 120 feet deep go dry, okay, bedrock wells. So a lot can happen. It's not just what's going on in the quarry, but it also is very dependent on your climate conditions in a given period of time. And it varies year to year, month to month, week to week. It can vary, and it will vary, okay? Now, again, I don't know exactly your specific circumstances, but lots of things can happen, but water follows a hydrologic gradient. It flows, simplistically speaking, it flows with gravity. So it can lower your water table, okay? If there's an outlet point, it can lower your water table, okay?
Rebecca DeCristofaro. So with that being said, Mr. Ferrari, if you're saying that the potential excavation behind that property line, right, and it could theoretically influence or impact the water table, that's at roughly 200, that's a 200-foot buffer there, right? So we've noted, yep, this is me, right here. So, and also too, I want to make mention that this is not an accurate representation of the map. Back in August of 2024, they actually raised hundreds of trees along the property line. So this makes it look like it's a little bit more forested than it actually is. So if we're saying that the activity right at the buffer line right there where the forest is did potentially impact the water table, right, because you're digging into the earth, the bedrock, for whatever the terminology is, as we encroach closer to the 50-foot buffer, do we think that there could be a more serious impact to our water tables and our wells? Because I've already noted, I've lived in that house for 9 years, and I've already noted over at least the last 2 years that my water pressure has significantly decreased. And it's interesting to me that with more activity by the buffer and more activity at the lowest part in the quarry, that my water pressure has decreased. So again, sorry, I feel like I went on a little bit of a tangent, but I need help understanding if by coming closer to our property lines, we've already noted that there was a breach in this area over here that allowed water to escape. Will these trees be impacted, and how will that continue to encroach on our water tables and our forested land? Because the closer that they come, right, the less forested land I have as a buffer between the quarry and between my home. So if they're encroaching upon a water table within 50 feet of my property line, that means that my trees, that will be the only buffer left, will be impacted.
Well, to attempt to respond, one of the items for discussion, as Mr. Landry stated, and I will leave most of this to Mr. Landry, there was discussion of what a buffer zone should be, okay? And I can't comment any further on that. Number two, it's possible that work on the quarry site could affect, to some degree, depends on how deep what kind of well it is, how deep the well is. If you have a bedrock well and quarrying sand, which is a superficial deposit, probably would have a relatively minimal effect on your well, but I can't say it could have no effect. But again, that would have to be evaluated. And honestly, I'd have to know more information about your well to make any further comment. And I'm not saying I wouldn't have an opinion, but I need more information than that, okay? As far as your trees, root systems search for water, okay? And depending on the type of tree it is, they can have very extensive root systems, different types. Some trees are shallow rooted, some are deeper rooted. But their root systems are intended to go find water, okay? Now, and water tables are not static. Everybody's got to understand that. A water table isn't the same. You have seasonally high water table, and then you have a seasonal low water table. The high water table typically occurs April, maybe into May. Depends again on the precipitation regime over a given period of time. And your low water table is typically happening in August or September, okay? Now that's shifted a little bit because we've had some climate change, but please understand, everybody needs to understand, over time, over a given year, you can look at any time frame, say a year or longer that you want, you're gonna see natural changes in your water table. That does happen. Natural changes. It just happens naturally, yes. Because your water table is principally a function of precipitation, okay? More precipitation, your water table comes up. Less precipitation, your water table goes down.
But that's a natural. Rebecca, can you get up,
Yeah.
please?
Yeah, that's a natural process.
Anyone else have anything else on water they want to talk about before we move on?
Yeah, so I just have a clarifying question. And the mic should probably be over here instead of with two mics up front, but. So based on your expert opinion, if the quarry continues to get closer to the property line, will that impact the water table if they continue to blast into the ground?
Well, the deposits over here are sand, so the work wouldn't necessarily require blasting. It's going to be superficial mining of sand and maybe gravel materials that are in there. Just the blasting right now is the rock quarrying, and Mr. Pezza can address this better than I can, but the blasting is occurring down here in the eastern end of the quarry. I believe some blasting occurred up here once upon a time, but I can't speak to that. Here, it wouldn't necessarily be blasting because it's superficial sand deposits, okay? Now, can it affect a well? Depending on the particular design and construction of your well, it's possible. I'm not going to suggest it's not possible, okay? But without having more information relative to the well, I'm not trying to be argumentative.
Yeah,
I can't answer your question without knowing more.
Yeah,
about
I'm
the
just
well.
asking you, based on rational thought, the closer you get to my property, the more impacted my property
There's
gets.
a greater potential for a possible impact, okay? And that's why I think there needs to be some discussion over, say, a buffer zone and what the dimension should be. There's a lot of factors that come into play here.
Yep.
Okay?
Can someone just correct me? Was the buffer zone that was proposed, what was the? 50. Okay. Actually, I'm going to take this so people could actually.
Question?
Yeah, okay.
One question. I'm sure it's going to be a number that varies, so just give me an average. The floor of the quarry, what is the elevation currently?
Well, it is highly variable. The bottom of the quarry on the eastern end, I believe that's probably, and I'll be corrected if I'm wrong, I believe it's around elevation 210, give or take a little bit. That's not an exact precise measurement, that's pretty close.
And that's
Okay.
the deepest part?
That's the deepest part. Up here, you're probably north of elevation, in the vicinity of probably elevation 300 in the center of the quarry because it's an upland area. And in fact, you know, this road goes down into the quarry. And so this is a much higher elevation than it is, say, down here. And this is actually a higher elevation than it is. Here, we're around 270, 268. Okay, here, the deepest part is about 210. And up here, we're probably 290, 280, 290, 300.
The middle of the quarry is higher than
Yeah.
the infiltration part?
Yeah, yeah, it is, yeah.
So that really more than just getting pumped water into them.
Well, you're going to get natural drainage from, say, we have the divide up here someplace, you're getting natural drainage is going that way, which, by the way, as I said, has been occurring for 12,000 years. Okay, and that's continuing. And that's enhanced, actually, by water we capture down here that drains down this way is getting pumped back over, so that's adding to that, which helps maintain a hydraulic barrier to prevent the contaminant plume from drifting to the east or northeast, and it's keeping it going in a northward direction, which has been documented by the several decades of monitoring by EPA.
Are there any estimates as to the volume of material that could potentially still be removed from that quarry?
I can't speak to that at all.
What's that? There's someone behind you that hasn't spoken yet.
Mr. Ferrari, I just want, it sounds like the EPA memorandums that were issued in both December of 2023 and January of 2024, it sounds like you guys have refuted them. Or there's been correspondence that essentially undermines the EPA memorandum. So I'd just like to ask this question based on what the EPA memorandum stated. It stated that the EPA inspector also noted, quote, the northeastern side is much deeper and well below the known groundwater elevation for the region. So David, I think that might answer your question there. Is that accurate?
Well, that's what they stated in the letter, but it's not an accurate statement.
It's not an accurate
The
statement.
groundwater table varies across this region,
Okay.
okay?
It's unfortunate that we can't trust the EPA's.
It's not that you can't trust the EPA. They made commentary based upon a certain snapshot of information.
So one more question then, so earlier you commented about two seasonal groundwater levels, potentially spring and, dry and not in wet season. What are those numbers? What are those elevations for that area historically?
It's going to vary widely. Under the Superfund site, we've seen, depending on what monitoring well you're in, we've seen just from natural causes, we've seen 4 to 6 foot, 8 foot swings in that over the course of.
But what's that based on? 4 feet based on 2?
Well,
20?
they'll have, say, a monitoring well that in April has a groundwater elevation, say, of 256, and then they come back in October and the groundwater elevation is 252, let's say, or something like that. But there's a lot of I've got the data laid out on an annualized basis over 26 years, and you see a lot of variability in there.
Mm-hmm.
And what I do is among other things, I tie it to precipitation. Okay, and it gets,
At some
I don't want to
point
get
you
too
come
far
to
into the
an
weeds
average,
here,
though.
but well, you got to be very careful with that, because all the wells show a lot of all the monitoring wells show a lot of variability, but it's natural variability. Okay, unless you put a pump in one of those wells and start pumping it, it's what's happening naturally. That's the whole idea of this monitoring program. They're just monitoring what's happening. Now, they did something that's good. They're doing a 1 year. Actually, it's now ended, but they were doing a 1 year program. They put transducers in those monitoring wells, and they're getting daily data. They were only getting periodic snapshots in time. Okay, they send a team out there. They'd take measurements on a given day. They'd come back X months later and do it again. For one, they gave the contractor authorization and a budget to put transducers in those wells, and I'm looking forward to getting that data. Discussions with Mr. Cunningham, he has assured me that I'll have the opportunity
When
to look
does
at it.
that program end?
That ended, well, according to Mr. Cunningham, that ended on, let's say, December 31st or thereabouts, and they're analyzing that data right now. They did it for calendar year 2024.
Do you have the mic?
Hi, I'm Darlene Machado from 52, which is lot 10-2 on the, I actually abut both the, I'm a residential abutter that abuts Weston Sand and Gravel, which is now the truck body place, yeah. So I'm just on the right, a little bit right from where your pointer was. No, right there, yeah. And Muriel Halloran is actually my neighbor to the right. So we both abut the gravel site. And we both have very deep wells. And I don't know about Muriel because we never discussed it, but I think we did talk about our wells once, and you let me know that your well was deeper than mine. But I have very deep well, and what? Yours is over 200, yeah. Her well is over 200 feet, so hers beat mine out. So I've had issues with what I believe was the blasting of at the site. And what happened was when they blast, it clangs the pipes throughout the house, but actually our well house is actually more northerly. We actually have a well house which is separate. It's not in the house. So it's more northerly towards the lot line. Right, correct. You can see the little white area there. That's the barn. And so a little to the right of that and more northerly is my well house. And it must kick up the sand in the system because it actually pierced the bladder in the holding tank of the well and actually sucked it through my plumbing and blocks all the screens of the house, and that's in spite of having a filtration system. And I hear about other people's wells, and that's why I'm bringing it up. And actually, I was concerned about the area where you're saying they're suggesting that you come more southerly, which is more towards me. And I was wondering how much of an area you're going to be creating those holding areas along that western side, which is more towards the, you know, the Burrillville, not Smithfield town line there, like you were saying, that runs, you know, that yellow line that's going across there.
That's the town line right
Yeah, so you were saying that they were suggesting that you put something there along, and continue it down along that edge with those holding, yeah. And you were gonna bring them down along the, you know, southerly, you said. They were asking you, towards me, along the side of the
Let me try to respond. Can I
Okay,
respond?
yeah.
All right. So the infiltration ponds, they're here, okay?
Yeah.
They're kind of in this corner here, okay?
Mhm.
And this is the low area of the site. Your area is at significantly higher elevation. So realistically, I can't imagine putting an infiltration pond up here, okay? We want to put the infiltration ponds where we have thick sand and gravel deposits that are going to drain out this way, okay? Once we're up here, we're
That's not
sitting up on
higher.
bedrock.
That's not higher. It's,
Oh,
it's,
this area is, where you
No.
are, you're higher.
no, you, believe me, that's blasted out where your point.
Well, yeah, here there's been some blasting done.
Right.
But realistically, this area is being used as basically an overflow containment area, okay? So again, I cannot speak for ownership, but I would not recommend putting in containment ponds in this area here, okay, or infiltration ponds here. We're already using this area as, which collects excess water, and if the ponds ever overflowed, it would collect in this area here. But I don't imagine ever doing ponds here. Because if you're going to do a pond, you can't do it on the bedrock. You've got to do it where you've got a thick sand and gravel deposit, so the water will infiltrate through the bottom of the pond and get into the water table and then travel.
So where were you saying that they were actually asking you to go more southerly?
Well, I'm not aware that we were, EPA, as far as I know, didn't ask us to going more southerly in this way. No, it was taking the berm. They want us to beef up and enhance the berm in this area here coming to the south. It wasn't do more ponds.
Okay.
There's a perimeter berm in here. We're just going to make it a little thicker and a little more substantial, but we're not putting ponds there.
And
Mrs. Machado, can you just finish this up? Your 5 minutes is up. Could you just?
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
You can finish if you want.
I just wanted to say that Muriel and someone had mentioned about us being able to tie in if we needed to, because Muriel and we were on the residential side of the river, and Industrial Burrillville was on the opposite side of the, town line. And they're the ones that actually dumped at the Western Sand and Gravel site. You know, they had the dump over there on that side, on Industrial Burrillville side. And even though Muriel and her friend on the other hill worked together, Burrillville is the one that ended up with the pumping station in the tower, and we were left on this side, but we were told that if we needed to that we would be able to tie into that pumping station and have water supply. The PEZs were not involved in
Mrs. Machado?
dumping
Can we finish?
at the site.
Can you finish this up? Because we're past
Sure,
5 minutes.
I will. But I just wanted to say that I do have a base, like, line for testing for my well, and I think many of us do, and I think it might be a good idea. Somebody actually mentioned, could we get wells tested? And because most of us have a baseline already because of all the work that was done prior, Mrs. Halloran and, you know, the coalition that they had. So I would actually ask that, is that possible to actually have our wells tested again?
That could be one of the things they talk about in the stipulations, but we won't know that tonight, so. Anyone else want to
I'd
ask?
just like to respond to a couple of
Yeah, go
things here.
ahead.
One, the small Nasonville water system that puts the water in that elevated tank and then distributes it, that system is operating at a very small fraction of its total capacity. It is under consideration for tying into a larger municipal system. I would suggest to you that it's not out of the realm that the service area could include other areas that might need the water. Also, DEM, I don't think they've announced it yet, but they are developing a program for private well testing with grants through towns because of all the concerns, particularly in northern Rhode Island, of groundwater contamination. Now, it's PFAS oriented, but you can test for other parameters in there. There's a number of state level programs that utilize grants as opposed to loans or anything else. So it's something the town might want to consider also, okay, just to keep that in mind.
Thank you. 5 minutes.
Hi, I'm Jackie Go, 45 Douglas Pike.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your name.
Jackie Go, 45 Douglas Pike. I have a question regarding the open body of water in the northeastern corner, proximal to the LR&R site. This is a dug open body of water, I believe, and essentially it is a dug well, correct? Because it was dug and opened up. It's not a retention pond, it's just an open pond, right?
I would disagree with that characterization.
It's not?
This is the bottom of the quarry, it's the low area.
Yep.
Water can collect in here, okay? That's what happens. I mean, if you want to call it, you can call it a dug well, I suppose, but it's not really a well per se. We're capturing water, a little bit of it seeps out of the bedrock above it, and the rest is captured stormwater. Okay, so it's not really functioning as a well.
Okay. All right. So when those 200 gallon per minute pumping is going on, it's not essentially like having a well in the quarry out of that open body of water.
All right. First of all,
that's my question.
Most of the time, it's a very small, very, very small body of water. This whole area up here drains down in there. So when you get a significant precipitation event, you're getting tens of thousands of gallons of water draining in there. And that drainage could go on for a number of days, depending on the duration and intensity of the precipitation. So it collects, it flows by gravity and collects in here, and it's got to be pumped out. So it's pumped up to the ponds. The pumping duration will be a function of how long the water's coming in. All right, so it's atmospheric, okay? The pumping takes the water and pushes it basically up across the hill and down to the ponds, okay? We're not imparting an extraction stress on the underlying, water in the underlying bedrock. So that's why it's not a well per se, okay? You can call it, say, a surface water pond that we're pumping out of the pond, okay, if you want to call it that. But the primary purpose is to pump collected stormwater runoff is what's happening. And then it goes in here, and then so once it's in these ponds over here, it flows, infiltrates into the ground. Okay, so it goes back into the ground. It came out of the clouds, hits the ground, we're putting it into if nothing was here, it would hit the ground and it would drain one way or the other through the ground other than losses for evapotranspiration. So a certain fraction would go this way anyway.
Okay, thank you for answering my question.
Do you want the mic? Okay. I'll take it.
Hi, Andrew Croshaw, 783 Pound Hill Road, so not in the butter, but a concerned citizen for businesses in this community and what they have to go through to stay in this community and operate. And I think, in my opinion, things are a little tough right now for these folks. But one of the things that I've learned, because I learned an awful lot about groundwater and hydrology and everything else, it sounds to me like the water that's being pumped out of the quarry to the west to those ponds, where it then infiltrates and creates that hydraulic barrier, is almost a service to the rest of the area, because it's creating that hydraulic barrier, preventing migration of contaminated groundwater potentially from the other site.
Yeah, that's correct. It is.
Okay, so it seems like the operation then is a beneficial thing by creating that hydraulic barrier. That's all. I'm in support of material sand. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Landry, because we're at 9:30, could we table this public hearing till Monday and have all your experts back here on Monday so we can continue with more questions, because we haven't even gotten to your other expert yet?
Yeah, I don't think it could be Monday, but we could continue it to a future date. I know a number of people, including myself, are going to be out of state next Monday, so we could
Is there a
work
day
on-
next week that we could advertise this and continue?
Could do it on Wednesday.
Joanne, you're not here, right? Is the room
But
available on
Thursday.
Wednesday? How about Thursday? Mm.
Madam President, does it make any sense to go to the next council meeting, which is the March 3rd? And then you could block off 2 or 3 hours in that meeting.
Okay.
Because
Would
you're not
March
gonna-
3rd work for everyone?
We can make that work. Richard?
Yes.
We can make that work.
Okay, so if your whole team, even Mr. Ferrari, if you can come back also, because there might be more questions coming back to water and just general questions.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So is there one last question for tonight before we table it? Mr. Grubb, if you can go up.
Yeah, mine.
You got to go with the.
General comment rather than water, which is why I didn't speak up prior to this. I believe this groundwater overlay proposal is based on two premises I'd like to question. One is that they have the right to join the properties when they purchased one of the properties well after the ordinance went into effect that stated a moratorium on mining. So they did this in full cognizance of what's going on. They purchased the property, then they applied for a permit to scrape 450,000 cubic yards of material off of that new property, which is not zoned for industrial. And they actually stated in their proposal that they would recondition the property after, which, by the way, 32 acres down to 450,000 cubic yards is, by the math, roughly 9 feet of elevation if you just took off the whole 32 acres. But interestingly to me, they then said they would replace the topsoil and put in a horse farm, which was never heard from again. I'm concerned about those horses. I don't know what happened to them, but They're not out there. Okay, so then they were denied that permit. So what'd they do? They merrily went about their business anyway. They decided they would mine the property without any permits, without any authorization, and then when they were told cease and desist, they sued the town. They sued the town for the town's right to enforce their own zoning ordinances. And they tied it up in the courts, as they said, like the Wild West. That's something Mr. Landry mentioned. The Wild West back at the quarry. The Wild West makes me immediately think of the outlawed family dressed in black, running in with their horses, guns drawn, making a hell of a noise, scaring the people, and then doing whatever the heck they want. The last thing I have to say is Robert Kerr, a famous, well-known journalist for Projo, warned our town about this family and what they do. And he particularly wrote the article, it was back in 1999, but he wrote the article stating that they put in an illegal asphalt plant terrorizing the families in Johnston at the end of, I believe it was Irons Avenue. And basically, they did the same thing they'd done here. They were told they couldn't put in this asphalt plant. They went ahead and did it. They claimed DEM approved it, but they told DEM a whole different story than what they actually did. So they've already proven themselves. You can't trust them. That's one of the tenets of the whole change. We're here to help you. We want to work with you. I'm sorry. History has proven them otherwise. They don't want to help us. They want to help themselves. And I'm thinking that it's really time the town steps back and says, okay, enough is enough. You have treated us badly. You're bad neighbors. I don't really empathize with those families that are in favor, but that's not my business. I wanted to make one thing clear. The Pezza suit that they lost in Johnston, they bought some property that was zoned industrial. Then they bought some other property that was zoned residential, and they combined it into their own activities and made a quarry out of it. And eventually, it just sounds so familiar. It sounds so familiar. Then they were told they couldn't put in these asphalt plants. They actually had to take it down. I suspect that's the very same asphalt plant they brought to Greenville Road and put there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, so tonight we're going to table this. We're not going to close the public hearing. We're going to table this until March 3rd so that we can have the team. Huh?
We need
What?
to make a motion.
Yeah, I'm just telling the people what we're doing. So March 3rd, we're going to continue this so we can have the whole team back again, speak to the expert we haven't spoken to yet, and then have general questions for the rest of the team. So we will have the public hearing continue till then.
Will there be another venue, knowing that we got pretty close, or I think actually over capacity? Will
Mr.
we be able to have a meeting elsewhere?
Thank you.
The people in the hallway.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you. All right, thank you for everyone for coming out tonight.
Do we need to make a motion, though?
Oh, you want to wait till they kind of clear out a minute? Because then we're going to have to make a motion to extend, too. Meeting.
Oh. We're gonna have to
Shut
get.
that hallway door. John, do you mind going and shut
That door?
Yeah.
Hey, Andy, can you shut that door?
Motion that we're going to table this public hearing to April 3rd.
It's actually going to be continued.
Continued.
Public hearing on both matters until April, not April 3rd, March 3rd.
I'll make a motion to continue the two new business items, the public hearing for the two new business items until March 3rd.
And for the record, it's my understanding that a location at that time may be.
Location to be determined.
Will more likely than not be the middle school, Mr. Administrator?
Yes, I'll try.
We're going to try to make it the middle school because of the crowd.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I didn't want to say it, but.
Hey, he owned up to it. He owned up to it.
Thank you, I appreciate it. All right,
Second.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, can we stop talking, please? Thank you. Do we have a motion?
Yes,
We
you
have a
have a motion.
second? Second. All right, roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Mr. Christopherow.
I have to recuse.
Oh, you're, Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Punchak.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
Sorry.
Okay. All right.
What agenda item are you asking about?
Should I plug it in?
Yeah, it was
Oh, yeah,
approved.
we did that all the way.
Yeah.
Right
Oh, yeah,
away.
that was first.
Well, just in case, but I don't see why that would
Discussion
be
by
the-
council vote or other action on payment of bills. Does anyone have any questions with the packet that was provided to
I have a
them?
few things to go over once after your questions from last meeting.
I'm sorry?
Sorry, I have a few things to go over once I've answered any questions you guys have.
I just have questions. There's just a lot of overspending, and I'm just
Yeah,
wondering
that's what I
how
was
we're
gonna-
going to clear that up.
Yeah, so, sorry, I was trying to fix our computer. Trying. So, to start, I'll go down to start with the expenditure status report. So as we know, the overtime with dispatch, that's just due to not enough manning there right now. In terms of how the dynamic with the overtime goes for that, that would have to be discussed with the chief a little bit more.
Is it because they're understaffed, or what?
They were understaffed for a while, yeah. As far as I know, it looks like they're fully staffed now, at least according to my budget. But, that's not to say people get sick this time of year and they can't, I'm not sure how that dynamic goes though.
So is there a savings in the regular dispatch line to offset that, or no?
In terms of the salaries?
Yes.
I haven't looked at that yet, but that can be, I haven't been able to sit down with the chief yet and discuss that, but that's ideally what we would do, is pull from there and but. Moving on. Animal control equipment repair and maintenance, we're just gonna do a budget transfer from another location within that department to cover it for the rest of the year. Most likely, vehicle fuel, as the vehicle isn't really used as much this year. Dental insurance, that's just because I haven't been able to get Mr. Branconi in touch with him to pay his dues, because they both are on the town's dental. So I haven't been able to shoot him a price of what he owes us. Vehicle repair and maintenance and highway, it's page 10 of the expenditure status report.
We actually just did where we're completing a budget transfer probably tomorrow to fix that. That's likely coming from salaries. Let's see.
Then you
The
got
Parks and Rec overtime,
Yeah.
Mr. Pendergast and I have, well, Mr. Pendergast was nice enough to figure out which payrolls it was I need to fix. I just need to go in and do the journal entry. To be completely transparent, I just really haven't had time the last 2 weeks. We've been just doing interviews for 2 different positions, and I had to get the budget done and ready for the budget committee, all at the same time. But he did look at which payroll, so I just need to do the journal entries to fix that. That'll be pretty quick, and that's the same thing for the police clothing allowance. I just need to go in and make the journal entry. Again, I just haven't had time to do it, but.
So can we get that done the next week or so, since
Yes.
the budget committee's meeting and stuff?
Yeah, now that they're meeting, now that we just had a whirlwind of a ton of interviews, now that those are done, I can have a little bit more control and can focus on stuff like this.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
You kind of just skipped over the headline there. For me personally, the EMA director gets dental?
He's on our plan, but he pays.
Oh, okay.
Yep, he's on our plan. I'm pretty sure in the union it says that any part-time individual can jump on our plan at their own cost.
Okay.
Does that mean us
Same thing
too?
as a retiree, sorry.
Does that mean the council also?
Is that what?
Does that mean if anyone, like,
Oh, no, he's like, you guys are, it's different. And this is an agreement from, I don't know how long ago. It comes to boards and elected officials, it's a different story. He's like an actual employee,
because he was
as I
employed
discussed,
by
as
the
I,
city of Woonsocket, wasn't he?
He's a teacher.
Yeah, retirement, so he gets all that to begin with.
I have no idea about his
I
past
don't
life.
think we should be talking about someone in.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I don't mean
I thought that-
specifically him,
oh.
but I just mean the EMA director. I didn't, I wasn't speaking specifically
We used
about
to,
Franconia.
so, I mean, a while back, this was around when I was here, it was given to us by the state, the money, so we just figured why not, I'm assuming, that's how it was probably done. And now it's not the case anymore, he has to pay for it. So, I'm assuming eventually, once he retires, we might look at that dynamic a little bit differently, whenever that time comes.
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting till 11 PM.
It's a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Mr. Christopherow.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Punchak.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Any other questions on the payment of bills?
I just had one. Narragansett Council, BSA, charter and registration fees. Does the town, why is it Boy Scouts of America? And
Yeah,
why does the town pay for that?
They pay a membership fee to the Boy Scouts so that they can work with them. It's part of community events that the council usually approves every year, so that they can be involved in some of their activities. And I mean, we had some of the recruits were Boy Scouts, so it's kind of like a good way to try and work them into the police. Kind of like a lower version of recruitment, but I'm not sure as far as to why the Boy Scouts, what their stipulations are behind the town having to pay a membership fee, but I don't know if the chief can speak more into that as to the dynamic between us and them, but I know that I had called them and that's why.
So it has something to do with the police station? the
Yeah,
police
this
department?
is through the police, yep.
Okay. Does anyone else have any other questions? Anyone like to make a motion?
I will make a motion to approve the February 18th, 2025 payment of bills in the amount of $2,532,228.14.
That's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Mr. Christopherow.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Punchak.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Discussion by council vote or other action on consent agenda. All items listed in this section are considered in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a councilor requests, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda. A, Town Council minutes of January 6, 21, February 3rd, and 10th of 2025. Communications from the North Smithfield Fire and Rescue Monthly Report for January 2025. North Smithfield Municipal Court Monthly Report for January 2025. And North Smithfield Police Department Monthly Report for January 2025. Just want to make a note that the Town Council minutes were not included in this packet, so we're going to move those to the following agenda, please.
Would you like them on the 1st, like on March 3rd? Usually we do them on the 2nd meeting.
Yeah, I would, just so we can get them approved, right?
Yeah.
Because you'll have another.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda items as presented.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Mr. Christopherow.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Punchak.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Old business discussion by council vote or other action on status/progress report of specific items. First one is asset management.
Yes. I would like to schedule a time where the Asset Management Commission can meet with the council for a presentation. I've been reluctant to lock that in with the council with this issue of material sand and gravel being involved. I'm kind of hoping maybe we can do that in your second meeting in March, but I'm not sure this issue is going to be gone by then, so maybe do the first meeting in April. We can pencil that in, and they're going to need about 20 minutes to make a presentation to the council.
So April 7th?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Grants?
Yeah, in your package, there are a couple things. One is, I apologize, the RFP was in a formatted, it's showing corrections, so it looks funky. Those have been changed. This has been actually out for RFP right now for grant writing services. I also included in your package a sort of a summary of grants that we are currently working on. You can go through that at your leisure. I think it's fairly self-explanatory. The only addition I want to throw in there is I have a section at the end of the table called upcoming grant opportunities. Congressional appropriations. Staff is currently working on our strategy on what we're going to be asking for from our individual congressional leaders. RIDEM open space grants coming up this year too. We're going to be watching that, so when they issue that. We are in the process of applying for some, which is going to have to come back to the council for approval to submit the grant request. CDBG money for Hollowell. And we also have building resilient infrastructure and communities grant applications coming in shortly. That application is due on St. Patrick's Day. It's not going to be a large grant. It's for about $125,000, but we're going to be applying to engineer the replacement of some culverts that are part of the flooding issues with, I forgot the name of the creek. It's the one we have the problems with all the time.
Cherrybrook?
Cherrybrook, thank you. The hazard mitigation plan identified several culverts. We've got a preliminary opinion as to what it would cost to engineer those. Our idea is to get a grant to pay for that, and then the next brick application to actually apply to do the work. That's envisioned to be about $900,000, but that's identified as being one of the big problems for the flooding with Cherrybrook. So I'm going to continue to provide an overview every meeting of this and give you updates as they surface. The only other thing too is you notice that there are some of these grant applications that have fairly significant match requirements, such as the St. Paul Street water main. I've been talking to the sewer and water superintendent to come about with some strategies as to how we could possibly do that. Hopefully, we'll come back to you fairly soon on some recommendations on that.
Madam President. Town administrator, underneath the status, it says awarded / application. Can you explain to me what that means? What you mean by that terminology?
When we get an actual awarding of the grant, but there's still a process and application that we have to go through, so we have to go through that documentation.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And then I have one additional question. It's my understanding that our planning department does, to a degree, support grant writing. Is that accurate?
They do.
Okay.
For example, Bobby's been involved on the CDBG side.
Okay.
So I do rely on them for some things. When it comes to going out for grant writing services, obviously that grant writer needs to interface with departments in town hall, and usually the planning department is the primary point of contact in support of those. Sometimes they'll actually write the grant. For example, when we go for congressional appropriations, it's not a complicated process to just get the queuing pattern. We'll do that on our own typically. The brick application, we'll do that on our own. But some of it is a little bit more political and technical, and we will defer to the grant writing service to help coordinate that.
Okay, thank you.
But yeah, I mean, I reached out to several communities on the grant writing side. I forgot who it was. I think it was you, Councilman Beauregard, who had referenced the level of success that East Providence has had as it relates to raising money.
I think that was me.
Was it you? I'm sorry. East Providence does everything internally on their own. They also have a very big staff. And because of the 195 issues, they've been having access to quite a lot of money to help offset that. But they do handle their own grants writing internally because they have a staff that can handle that. Most every other city in town doesn't have the capacity internally.
I have one more question. Go ahead. And our interim grant writer, did we say that formally that was Lisa Andosha?
No, well, we're using two. We're using G&G.
Yep.
Because they're still under agreement with us.
Yep.
And G&G is running out front on the CDBG side. And Lisa was retained under a 30-day program as an RP. I went out and got some proposals. And she's dealing specifically as it relates to the two grants for the Hollowell project, the $4 and the $1 million.
Okay, thank you. And those are coming along well?
Lisa's working on them.
Okay.
I mean, obviously things in Washington are a little bit confusing right now, but we're starting to get indication that some of the money's opening up, like the $500,000 to the police department as part of that project. That's opening up as part of the budget. Now we're putting in our ask for the next budget. We're doing it, but we're not really sure what's going to happen in Washington right now. I personally think that it's going to be fine. I think it's going to work itself out. But that's just me talking.
Thank you.
I'm an optimist.
So have we actually been awarded that
We-
500,000?
Yes,
Kinda-
it's actually in the budget, and we're just looking at final action on the budget. But the money is there, according to Lisa. It's there for appropriation. We're just
Okay,
waiting for a
good.
budget
'Cause
approval.
we weren't sure if we actually
Yeah.
had got word that we.
So far, I've been told we're in the budget.
Okay, good. Anyone else have any other questions on the grants?
Just one quick thing.
Yeah.
I just want to make a comment about the St. Paul Water Street, the two grants with the match. That's a situation where I think you grab the money and then figure it out later, because that's going to be a problem if we don't do something over there.
Well, I mean, the problem is what makes it really complex, and I want to be careful. I don't want to get over my skis here. The town of Blackstone effectively doesn't want to own the water distribution system on Elizabeth Ave anymore. So they want the town of North Smithfield to take that over. They also have installed a major water meter at the town line. So their objective is to basically say, we're just providing you water, you own the infrastructure. It's not that simple. They own the infrastructure, and that infrastructure has some lead problems. So I think there's some opportunities here to negotiate with Blackstone as it relates to our equity contribution to the improvements, because we're talking about a total project of somewhere around $5.1 million. So we've got a pretty significant hole here, but I think we can maybe fill that hole by negotiating a deal with Blackstone. But I don't think Blackstone's going to just walk away and say, we're done, it's your problem. No, they own the system. So let's work out a deal. So, but you're right, there's a problem there, and it has to be resolved. We have a significant amount of money, but I think we need to figure out, we need to have a strategy as to how do we fill the hole before we come back to the council. But those are two active grants that we've had conversations with EPA about.
Okay.
So you don't need a motion or anything
No,
on this?
no, it's just an
RFP, it's already
update,
out.
just an
Okay.
update.
Human Resources, I'm going to hand that to you.
We've interviewed 4 people. We've narrowed it down to 2, and I'm hoping that we will have a selection and an acceptance by the end of this week.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm
Great.
psyched.
Thank you. Municipal Building Review Task Force had some email exchange with Mr. Carullo and Signal Works, and they're going to review the RFPs that came in for the OPM, and then make some recommendations by the end of next week to the council. So that's still moving along.
Do you know
So,
how many bids they got?
Tony, do you know how many bids you received on that? 6. 6? Okay.
There's a pretty big bandwidth between the
there's
the
a
low
wide-
and the high.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
sure.
I mean,
So-
it's public, but it's, it went from like 99,000 to like 300.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was pretty, so that's why they definitely need to take a look at what's there.
Yeah.
And who's qualifies for what exactly we're looking for.
Okay. Yeah, they said maybe by the end of next week, they might have some recommendations, or at least what they came up with when they reviewed. Okay. Discussion by council vote or other action on map plotter bid award. Tony?
So this is information that Vivian had gathered for us, but I told her I would just take care of it for her. It's pretty simplistic. So we had put in for capital for a new map plotter for the town hall. Mainly building and zoning uses it, but sometimes town clerk, sometimes assessors, sometimes planner uses it. But Vivian was nice enough to take care of doing all the homework for it, as it would need to go, you would need to get 3 bids based on it being on the MPA. So she used the NASPO, which is National Purchasing, NMPA. It's nationally used. So she got a few here. She ended up choosing the one, I forget the name of it, sorry.
It's a refurbished version?
Yeah.
Yeah, the T2600. Instead of it buying it brand new, the guy said that they would sell one refurbished with the exact same warranty that we would get if it was brand new. She said that's a pretty good deal. She was on a few calls with a few different ones to get the dimensions and exactly what it could provide, and she ended up going with this one, the HP 2600.
And what was in their capital budget for it?
I think it was 15 grand.
Okay.
Yeah.
How much do they typically pay per year on large format printing? Does anyone know that?
I don't know how much I have no idea how much they use for that.
So these are nice to have, but
Mm.
if you're not spending $79.95 yearly on printing, it's not really worth having.
I know building and zoning uses it all the time. They
So you
requested
have
it.
one now? It's just
We have
not
one, it's just
working?
it's super
correct.
old and it's
Oh,
actually
okay.
kind of a hole in our firewall.
So you don't send it out to do it or anything? It's in-house, it's just not?
That's right.
Right, right.
Can I just make a quick comment about that? First of all, I want to thank Vivian for doing all this work, because the other plotter has been
Yeah.
working terribly for years. And every time it breaks down, it's all kind of like, you know, who's the last one that drank the milk and you got to fill it up or something. Nobody wants to deal with it. So she really worked hard at getting this. And also this, forgot where I was going with it. The copier can really be beneficial to the clerk's office as well, and we just have nowhere to put it. We have a lot of people coming in who are doing title searching, and they need the big old maps. And it'll take us a half hour to try to get that map together because we have to do it in like 11 by 14 or something. And all the people that come in, recorders, title searchers, they really appreciate that map. So sometimes we don't even have to copy it. We can just scan it in and then we can send it to them by email. So we're not always, it's not always costing money to use it, so.
Okay, good. Yeah, that was
But,
great.
Yeah, so it's wonderful.
Okay. Any other questions about the purchase? Anyone like to make a motion? I'll make a motion to approve the purchase of the NASPRO map plotter for the building and zoning, per their recommendation in the amount of $7,995, and it comes with a warranty.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Mr. Christopherow.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Punchak.
Yes.
Ms. House.
Yes. Discussion by council vote or other action on resignation of Evan Massey from the North Smithfield Historic District Commission. Can we just make sure we send a thank you like we always do? I'm going to skip over open forum since there's no one left in the chambers. We can skip over that. And then executive session, closed session, discussion by council vote or other action regarding Rhode Island General Law 42-46-5A2, sessions pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation, or work sessions pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation or potential litigation. 1, notice of claims through Town Council of North Smithfield personal injury claim. Someone make a motion to go into executive session?
I'll make a motion to go into executive session.
And we have a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Mr. Christopherow.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara. Mr. Punchak.
Yes.
Ms. House.
Yes.
Oh, we have to make a motion, though, to,
Come back.
okay. I am going to make a motion to return to open session
Seal the minutes.
and seal the minutes from executive session.
No,
And no votes were taken.
I'll second that motion.
So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara?
Yes.
Mr. Punchak?
Yes.
Ms. Alves?
Yes.
Okay, I am going to make a motion to authorize our town solicitor.
Before you do that,
Oh, sorry.
just, you should make note that you're now, what the item is.
Oh,
See,
Because
I
now
need
we're-
an agenda.
Oh, open session, sorry. Open session, discussion by council vote or other action regarding notice of claim to town council of North Smithfield, personal injury claim.
But you can now make a
okay. In relation to that item, I am going to make a motion to authorize our town solicitor to select an attorney to represent us in pending litigation
municipal rate.
at the municipal rate.
That's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Mr. Christopherow.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Punchak.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Can I motion to, all in favor to adjourn? Say aye.
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 Meeting adjourned.